Hello. Hi. Hello, radio. Hello, Ginny. Hi. It's me. Yes, it's your girl. I need to turn on my lights. It is. It is me. Who else? One second. I'm sorting things out over here. Right there. Okay. Maybe it's Teddy with the voice changer? That's crazy. Oh. Right, wrong one. Teddy with a voice changer. Or... There you go. I'm sorry. All over the place. You get out of the way. No, or bigger conspiracy theory, Teddy is just koala voice acting. Yeah. Yes, hi, hello. Yubi. Thank you for becoming a pack rabbit. Teddy has some talent, yeah. Yeah, I'm actually not an amateur voice actress. I'm actually like... I'm like the best. Thank you for the head pat. Let me actually mix it up so I don't have to do this stuff manually. Maybe it was Teddy all along. Maybe the real koalas are the friends we made along the way. How about that? Silly. As Teddy would say, that's crazy. No, that's what I say. Or is it? I don't know. That's crazy. I'm gonna lower the rain sounds just a little bit. Was I just watching Black Mirror? They should absolutely make a Black Mirror episode about VTubers. I think that would be a very fun episode. They should have Iron Mouse guest star in it as well. Yeah. Real truth behind VTubers, hairy femboys. Eddie is not a femboy, he's just a hairy man. Just a regular hairy man. That was my first time losing consciousness. You often hear of regaining consciousness on top of a bed, but this was my first time actually experiencing it. Hello? Are you okay? Realizing that I was awake, a young doctor called out to me. I didn't intend to respond, but it seems my body magic Yes, my body language had told him I was conscious. My head was wrapped in bandages. The scratches all over my body had also been treated. My sense of pain also returned with my consciousness, causing me to groan from the intense pain shooting all around me. Don't try to get up. Just stay laying down, please. It seems that you took quite a few blows to the head. I want you to stay rested so we can monitor your condition for at least the next 24 hours. Where is this? This is my clinic. Pleased to meet you. My name is Irie. I remembered that this young doctor was the one in the car headed the opposite way earlier. Is there somebody here? Where's Oishi-san? Ah, I'll call him over. There's no smoking inside the clinic, so I had him smoke outside. Dr. Irie left the room to go call Oishi. The scenery outside the window was tinted with gold. The pouring rain had stopped, with the voices of the Higurashi heralding the cooling temperature. I felt the tone of the Higurashi's voices was comforting. Eventually, I could hear heavy footsteps coming closer, which I reckoned to be Oishi's. The fog that was enveloping my head slowly faded back to reality. What had happened since then? What happened to the boy? What about the reinforcements from Tokyo? The door to the room flew open, allowing Irie and Oishi to enter. So there's no serious damage, is there? I can't promise that. I assessed the wound to his head. Was dangerous the moment I saw it. Got it. I want to have a little chat with him for a bit, would you mind? Yeah, go ahead. Call me if anything happens. Oishi, after basically forcing Irie outside, shut the door. How are you feeling? I did something I'm not used to, so I'm pretty banged up all over. Oishi brought over a folding chair that was leaning against the wall and sat down beside the bed. Were the perpetrators arrested? Unfortunately, no. They've probably fled the prefecture or are being hidden by the villagers. Well, we won't let them get away. What about the minister's grandson? You're taking care of him at the station. But your colleagues from Tokyo are rather insistent that nothing can be recorded. Shige-chan doesn't like that too much. The kidnapping was a confidential matter, so his custody was also probably being kept under wraps. How the kidnapping of the minister's grandson would be handled, how would it be covered up, treated like it never happened, will be handled by the brass. If this case ended without even the without the nation going into uproar about it, then our job had been done. The possibility that the minister had negotiated with the perpetrators couldn't be ruled out. But something like that was no longer my concern. My role in this case was over. Now I can finally go home to my wife, right? Sorry for the trouble. You must think that public safety is a rather unseemly place, don't you? No. We all work on the government's time. Oishi laughed boisterously. When we first met, I was somewhat prejudiced against Oishi, but now that feeling was gone completely. It would be more convenient for us if this case was handled properly instead of being hidden away. If that happened, we would be able to have something. We would be able to have something to go to the Sonozaki family with, since they were behind it all. Playing a bit of Marvel with my friends when I'm here. Hello, Jay. Welcome in. Yeah. I played a little bit of Marvel Rivals yesterday. That was something. I think I played like one game and I was like, you know what? I'm too tired. What a mess. Are you going to continue the fight against the Sonozaki family after this? And stream that? I played one game at like 2 o'clock in the morning. No one would have been awake to watch it. You would have no sleep. Why were you awake at 2 a.m.? Doesn't matter. That's besides the point. 2 a.m. for you is like afternoon for me? Oh, okay. Well, still. Don't you work now? Yes. And, well, you see, about that. So I started working for my dad as like a secretary. And for like the last 2 weeks, I was waking up incredibly early to do secretary things and help him out. And he said that he would pay me $500 a week. And then it went from that to every 2 weeks, which was like, okay. And then, so 2 weeks go by, and he says, okay, I'll pay you on Friday. And I'm like, so like, it was like on Monday, right? He's like, I'll pay you on Friday. But it was Thursday, actually. He's like, I'll pay you tomorrow, I'll pay you on Friday, okay? Friday comes. And he's like, actually, I'll pay you on Monday. Monday comes and goes. Tuesday comes in. And then he's like, oh yes, your pay. I will send you $100. So, and like when I told that to Teddy, Teddy told me that I should probably not work for him anymore and just look for a different job. Which I think is probably the better thing to do. Yeah. He was like really pissed too when I told him. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Like, it was like, my expectations were low, but Jesus Christ. Understandably, you're basically being taken advantage of by your family. Sounds like you've been tricked. Oh, does it? I mean, I guess so. I feel like it wasn't intentional, though. I feel like he's just like, oh, hello, Cody. Hi. Welcome. How was your day? I feel like he was just, I don't know. And giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he's just disorganized. Hello, Crescent. Hi. Welcome. But yeah, I will be looking for a different job. I am going back to school in September though, so there's that. But Yeah. There's all sorts of dark rumors swirling around them. It's not like I have any personal grudge. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I hope you have a nice, comfy time here today. Oishi laughed happily, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Oh, that's right. There was word at the station from the prefectural police. Yeah. Guaranteed comfy time? I'll try. Your colleagues arrived at Nagoya and are driving up here now. You've got your battle scars, so you're being recalled to Tokyo apparently. Let's go! He's going home! Finally! I brought out my comfy chair just for this. Nice. Now that it's shaking up, good job. Your work in Okinomiya is safely over. I was being recalled to Tokyo. I inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief when I heard those words. I'm deeply thankful for your cooperation, Uishi-san. Will he finally call his wife? Next time on Dragon Ball Z. We'll see. It seems the collaboration fee I paid you didn't go to waste. I kind of meant that as a joke, though. Oishi took out his wallet and casually pulled out several large bills and jabbed them into the breast pocket of my shirt. This isn't a refund on the collaboration fee, you hear? This is just me gifting you a little spending money. Huh. Oishi's actually a pretty good guy, isn't he? The booze around here is pretty good. Use this to buy yourself a little souvenir. Oishi's a solid bloke, yeah. Oishi flashed me a grin. If your injuries turn out not to be too serious, call me before you head back to Tokyo, will you? The old man and Sato-san said they'd like to sit at a table with you again. Oh my. I can't refuse that. No tricks this time. Just some plain on fun. I did, actually. The news about Gura graduating, I heard that. That was really sad, actually. Because Gura was like a very, very big inspiration to me even before I started being a VTuber. So, it was really sad. Yeah, the other day, especially, it was like a 5-minute video too, made it more sad. Especially, yeah, like a couple weeks ago, we were talking about how, like, oh, I don't think Gargura will graduate. I think she'll stay, but, like, no. It's not sad she may go back to her old account at least a bit. I mean, yeah, there'll be, if she comes back a little bit, that'll be fine, but if she's honestly just wanting to retire from, like, streaming, I definitely get it, too. You know. You know, going from just, like, a regular person to being, like, the face of VTubers must have been very stressful. I don't think that's something that anyone can just get used to. But that's what we were saying about blowing up too fast, yeah. Like, if she got to, like, 1,000,000 subscribers, or, like, over 1,000,000 subscribers, like, if that happened over the course of several years, like, I don't know, like 5 years, 6 years, I feel like things would be a bit different. But it was way too quickly for anyone. And the thing is, nobody knew that. Ah! Someone subscribe to the YouTube channel. Bikshu, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. Anyway, as I was saying, I lost my train of thought. No, if it happened over time, I think it would have been better. And no one knew that Hololive would blow up the way that it did. And there's not really much you can do if that happens. You just kinda have to deal with it. It's sad, but it happened very fast, yeah. It was crazy. But whatever she decides to do next, whether she continues to be a streamer or like some other career path, I hope she's, whatever it is, I hope she's happy. Time for Ko to be the new face of Hololive. Yeah, good luck to her, period, yeah. I don't know if I could do that. I'm just a girl. I'm just sitting in my room reading my little silly little visual novels. You guys sound like you legitimately think that's something I could do. Is Teddy in disguise? That's crazy. I guess I'll say something that Teddy would say. What's something that he says? Shorking it. Yeah, I've never seen Teddy and Ko in the same room before. Coincidence? I think not. Well, that's because that's crazy. They always say that. We've streamed together at the same time, though. This world has done it for if an active officer can cheat that blatantly. Two PC stream setup? Yeah. How do you do co-op games then? Pre-recorded? I respond to everything that happens in chat. I'm not very smart. I can't 5D chest. So then, are you a paid actor, Chinny? I'm broke. What money? No comment. That's crazy. It's not often that we meet someone who's more of a match than us. Guys are so silly. Where's my that's crazy counter? I mean, I can make one right now. Hang on. That's big. Man. It's probably been at least 5 already. I don't know. Have I said it yet? I don't remember. Oh, have I? How many times have I said it? going back to Tokyo from Oishi, I was reminded once again that I was relieved from my duties a few times. Oh, let's just say like 5. Yeah. Very realistic. Let's just say 5. Soon Yuki would be giving birth. It might be still possible to attend the delivery, and that I had at one time given up on. When I thought that, the pain from my injuries became trivial. I wanted to hurry back to Tokyo and see Yuki at once. Can you pretend your injuries are a bit more serious and hang around Okinomiya for a bit? I can introduce you to a few nice places. Of course I won't make you pay for everything. That's crazy, you made a that's crazy counter. Oh, that's 2 more that's crazies. Oh, that's 3 more. Yeah, yes it does count. 7. I'm terribly sorry, but I'll have to take a rain check on that. My wife is due to give birth any day now. I want to hurry back home. Oh my, oh my. I didn't know that. Then you shouldn't be hanging around here. You have to hurry back home. For a while after that, Oishi asked all sorts of questions about my wife, teasing and bantering with me. Well then, how do you feel? Think you can get up? It's not too bad, thanks to you. I can get up and walk no problem. I stood up and shuffled around for a bit, which seemed to amuse Oishi. Yeah, I just thought that you might not feel comfortable at a hospital in Hinamizawa. Dr. Irie said he wanted you to stay overnight. But we still haven't caught the perpetrators. For the time being, this is enemy territory for you after all. Are you saying this hospital isn't safe? Well, Dr. Irie is somebody who's who's well regarded in the community. I don't think anything will happen while you're here, but I'm more worried about your mental health. I had relaxed a bit now that things had progressed this far, but it was exactly as Oishi had said. When I realized that this was enemy territory, I suddenly felt uncomfortable. With leaving being the only thing left for me to do now, the chance that I would come to harm was logically fairly low. But that didn't mean that I was completely safe. That's right. If I'm just going to be laying down, then doing it at a hotel bed won't be all that different. Right. I also think that's for the best. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the clock over Oishi's shoulder. It was the evening. The hours when I could call Yuki at the hospital were almost over. I wanted to tell her as quickly as possible that I would soon be back at her side. I want to call Yuki at the hospital. Is there a public phone in the lobby? You newlyweds are all like this. If I recall correctly, there's one by the register. I'll be waiting here, so go ahead. Oishi, laughing while saying that he was jealous, opened up the window and pulled out a cigarette, even though he was in a hospital room. Took him to be hospitalized, going to be Took him hospitalized, going to be able to even go back to his wife and child. That's crazy work. Wow. The case is closed, so he can't go home now. That is indeed crazy. The lobby was just a short distance down the hallway from the hospital room. I thought that this hospital was a bit too grand for a village like this, but of course, it was nothing compared to the general hospital Yuki was admitted to. Oh my god, I forgot the fish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot the fish. I always forget something when I set up stream, don't I? Hang on. Let me refund those for you. It's dry today. Yeah. Is it now? Alright. And I'll point record requests. Is it? Go fish. Okay, there you go. There. Here's a challenge for every That's Crazy counter and match bits by the end of the stream. Yeah? That's crazy. Okay, the fish should be working now. I don't say it that much. Alright, let me... Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry for not having it set up at the beginning of the stream. That was, one more, right? It's 10. Okay. I thought this hospital... Oh yeah, I already read that. Running inside a hospital wasn't the best of manners, but calling hours would soon end, so I dashed over in a hurry. There was nobody else in the lobby. It may have been the evening, but there was nobody at the reception desk. Well, this might actually be lucky for me. I wasn't planning to have a conversation to feel guilty about, but it would still be embarrassing to have someone listen to the conversation between me and Yuki. Taking a quick look around, I soon found the payphone. Digging around in my pockets, I grabbed a few coins. I was calling... Yes, hi, hello. Shido? Shidoga, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit, welcome in. I was calling Tokyo from here, so I would burn through this amount fairly quickly. I picked up the receiver and inserted a coin, then dialed the number of for Yuki's hospital, which I completely memorized at this point. The number for Yuki's hospital had a lot of 8s and 9s, so dialing it inevitably took some time. Normally it wouldn't be a big deal, but currently time was precious. However, I felt something was strange as I was dialing in the number. I don't know exactly how to put it, but it was as if the receiver was too quiet. That unique white noise from the telephone line wasn't there. Somehow, I felt like I wasn't getting any feedback from the phone, and without feeling a response, I hung up the receiver Try again. The coin popped out from the return slot. I reinserted the coin and began dialing once again, but the receiver was still dead silent. What is this? Is it disconnected? While I was wasting time like this, the amount I had to spend talking with Yuki shrunk. I began feeling needlessly impatient. Excuse me. I felt the presence of someone on the other side of the glass, so I called out. There was an immediate response. A man who seemed like a pharmacist came over. Yes, how can I help you? Pardon me. This phone seems to be acting a little strange. Could you take a look at it? The man came over, tried testing various things with the receiver pressed to his ear. Come to think of it, this was someone who worked at the hospital, not someone from the phone company. Just as I didn't know much about phones, neither would he. Huh? What's this? The man held up the cord that connected the phone to the wall. It was completely severed. Now, why would somebody want to do that? That's suspicious. That's weird. That's ominous. I don't like that. Who would do that? You would cut the cord to the phone unless they didn't want you to be able to call for help. What the heck is that? Well, this is a dilly of a pickle. Can't do anything with this until somebody from the phone company comes and fixes it. If you're looking for a phone, do you want to use one in the office? I didn't want the people in the hospital around while I was talking. Is there another payphone close by? Let's see, if you leave here and follow the road, you'll come out to the shopping district. You know, with like cell phones and everything, it's kind of crazy, like, you kind of forget how convenient a cell phone is. But like, in a time when that didn't exist, it was kind of really hard to contact people. Like nowadays, if you have a phone, you can just call someone whenever you want. And like, if you miss a call, it's like, oh, no big deal, just call them back later. But like, back then, it's like, oh, you're expected to be available. Yeah. You'd have to call landlines and hope someone was home. Yeah. Before you could disappear, you could. I mean, I guess if you did want to disappear, nowadays you could. It'd just be kind of hard. I think there's a smoke shop on the corner around there. If you head that way, you should find one soon enough. I was dressed in a hospital gown. I was wearing sandals on my feet. My head was wrapped in bandages. Just looking at me, you could tell I was a hospital patient. No matter how you looked at it, I was not dressed to be wandering outside. But that's where the impetuousness of youth came in. Choosing the chance to talk to Yuki for even a little longer, I headed outside of my current state. Hello, Cha-Cha, welcome. Hope you had a good day today. Follow the road to the shopping district. Should be able to find one soon enough. With only those two lines as my guide, I ran outside the gates of the hospital. With the village nestled in a valley, when the sun set, it got dark quickly. The sparse streetlights lit up enough to start attracting moths. The Higurashi, knowing the time for their chorus was soon at a close, redoubled their fragile cries. Finding the payphone wasn't easy, as the person at the hospital had suggested. Was it still up ahead? Did I miss it already? Was I just getting further away? Just as I was about to get crushed by the wave of uncertainty towering over me, I found a shop in the corner with cigarettes written on a small sign. Okay. My joy spurred me onwards. Just as I heard at the hospital, set next to the counter of the cigarette shop was an antiqued payphone. I wasn't wearing a watch, so I didn't know what time it was. I probably didn't have much time. I probably didn't have much left though. But it was enough. As long as I could tell Yuki my job was done and I'd be coming home soon. Picking up the receiver, I slid a coin down the slot. But I felt something was strange, just like the hospital. Even after inserting the coin. Hi King, how are you? Oh my gosh, it's a good night close live. I got my ice. Water got expensive. Water got expensive? Ice is cheaper than water? Oh no. Dark Knight, thanks for becoming a back rabbit. Welcome. I hung out the receiver and tried putting the coin in one more time. But there's absolutely no response. The phone was dead. It couldn't be. Thinking that, I felt the long cord that protruded the back of the phone. Doing that, my hands found the end of a completely severed line. What is this? He's gonna die, isn't he? I think we're cooked. Guys, I think we're cooked. I think we're dead. It's Jover. We're not. Having now had the same thing happen twice, my bafflement was accompanied by a sense of unease. It seemed that the cord had been severed cleanly by a sharp blade of some sort. I may be mistaken, but it didn't look like much time had passed since it was cut. Excuse me. Hello? Opening up the booth window of the tobacco shop, I looked for someone in the dimly lit exterior. Eventually, there were the sounds of somebody paddling down some stairs, and an old lady appeared. The old lady's plodding and lethargic steps, for some reason, only served to make me more frantic. You need some cigarettes? I'll go get my husband. I'm not here to buy cigarettes. Rather, this phone here. Realizing that saying the phone was broken and asking them to take a look at it was going to get me nowhere, I swallowed back my words. Sorry, it seems that this phone is broken, and I was wondering if you could tell me where there's another payphone. The old lady moved her jaw up and down slowly, as if chewing on the meaning of my words. It seemed that she couldn't understand until she had digested things thoroughly. So, the phone is broken? That's a dilly of a pickle. You should try another payphone. Is this just some sort of elaborate plan to lead him further and further away so they can jump him? I feel like that's what it is. Both people said the same thing they did. Dilly of a pickle. And then they're like, oh, try this payphone. The old lady directed me to another payphone that seemed quite a ways away. Her way of telling me was so long-winded that I inadvertently started to get impatient. Yeah, I feel like they are leading him further away. This is not good. At that moment, I spotted a clock on the dim exterior of the store. Pickles. Even if there was a phone right here that I could use, I'd only be able to tell Yuki good night with the time I had left. On top of that, my destination was a remote payphone in which I didn't know the exact distance to. If I was in a normal state of mind, deciding to give up the phone today would have been the natural thought process. But at that moment, I had become somewhat stubborn for some reason. Unable to use the phone in the hospital, coming out here and still not being able to use one? There is no mistaking that I had become quite insistent on using a phone. Thank you very much. I'll try looking for that phone booth. Refusing her offer to draw me a map, I left the tobacco shop. According to the old lady, even though the phone booth was quite far away, it would be easy to find. If I just followed this road straight down, I'd eventually find it. Sandals flapping as I ran, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. I admit I was quite steadfast about calling Yuki. But there were days when I was tired or busy. When I wouldn't call her. Even today, my entire body was covered with injuries, and I was dead tired. On top of that, there wasn't much time left. It wouldn't be strange at all if today was one of those days I didn't call her. But having twice been foiled trying to call her, had I become hot-headed about it? Was I like a dog who was being told to stay with a piece of food being dangled in my face? What am I doing? Even so, I somehow couldn't quell the uneasy feeling stirring in the pit of my stomach. It was like that with the hospital phone, and the same with the one at the tobacco shop. Both cords were definitely not suffered from being frayed by long years of use. The clean cuts indicated that someone had taken something sharp and deliberately cut them. But who? And for what reason? The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt, so I tried to push the thought aside. How much had I run so far? The scenery around me was no longer that of a shopping district, with residential buildings scattered about the lonely road. The surroundings had already grown dark. It was blatantly too far for a quick phone call, and it's quite obvious I was far removed from the hospital. I recalled the clock I saw at the tobacco shop. It might almost be time. I had run from quite a bit, so my breathing had gone quite ragged. If I had just wanted to hear Yuki's voice, I should have just thrown away my reservations and borrowed the phone in the office. I regretted it a little. Well then, was it about time to give up? Just when I thought that, I saw a light in front of me. I had finally found it. It was a phone booth. It seemed like the light in the phone booth had recently been changed, as it shone with a vivid white light. Although in the gloom of Hinamizawa, it was nothing more than a gathering spot for moths. But in any case, I had finally found it. As my hand touched the door of the phone booth, I realized that I was breathing and sweating heavily. I didn't know what time it was right now, but even if it was just for a moment, I might be able to get in touch with Yuki. Since I had spent all this effort getting here, turning back without even giving it a try was out of the question. Before I picked up the receiver, another wave of uneasiness washed over me. I was worried that this phone cord might be severed as well. How was the cord in this phone booth? Squatting down. Ebony's salt ran out and my ice is blah. No, I don't got no salt. Sorry, King. Squatting down, I followed the bundle of cables as they ran along the corner into the ceiling. We're rationing salt. Yeah. At a glance, nothing is out of the ordinary. I ran my fingers as far as I could along the line to check out. The only thing they found was a thick layer of dust. Nothing out of the ordinary. I wonder if it was popular in Hinamizawa to cut the cords of payphones as some sort of tasteless prank. It might be prudent to talk to Oishi-san about this later. Even if it was nothing more than a prank, it was still vandalism of public property. In any case, this one was fine. This time. Pulling out a coin from my pocket in one hand, I picked up the receiver with the other. But this time, before the receiver even reached my ear, something felt off. The receiver is light. It was more than a slightly unpleasant feeling. It was almost sickening. To verify the source of my displeasure, I peered at the receiver in my hand with a measure of reluctance. What the hell is this? The coiled cord that connected the receiver to the rest of the phone had been ripped apart, the tip of the cable swaying in the air. All I could do to restrain myself as a raw, unpleasant feeling worked its way up the small of my back. It was that type of dread. At that moment, I heard the crunch of somebody stepping on gravel. Oh, there it is, we're fucked. The light was reflecting off the glass of walls of the booth, leaving me unable to see outside into the darkness. We are cooked. We are. I steeled myself and stepped out of the phone booth. The inside of the booth was lit with a strong light, which might have made it warmer in there. Just stepping outside, I could feel a chill wash over me. And there was the silhouette of a person. A small silhouette. Here. The long hair of that silhouette was blown out by the cool breeze. Oh! Ugh, thank God. Thank God, it's just Rika. Oh God. Ugh. Injured people shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. Somewhere in my head, I knew who this girl was. I didn't have a basis for it, but I knew she was that girl. Right, Akasaka? She, Rika Furude, said that almost like it was a warning. Did you do this to this phone cord? Her expression remained unchanged, and my question was left unanswered. In other words, no response. Regardless, I felt that she had affirmed my suspicions. I have water. My ice melted. Now I have no ice. Grr. Oh no. Hey, it's just not your day. Regardless, I felt like she had affirmed my suspicions. Why would you do something like this? Why? The last word had a tinge of anger behind it. I frantically tried to smooth things out, but she didn't seem very afraid. There's nothing that can be done. Huh? I interpreted her words as meaning I wasn't going to be in time for calling the hospital. But thinking about it, that would have been a strange thing to say. Why would she know something like that? I would take it that she had to have another. I would take that she had said to. I could take what she had said to have any other meaning. She just stood there like a mannequin, not moving an inch. Sorry. Almost to the point that if the wind wasn't occasionally rustling through her long hair, there would be the illusion that time had stopped. Hello. Ch.5, hi, welcome. Thanks for the first time chat. Hi. Welcome in.
Yes, hi.
Oh, thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. Welcome. I know very well that you think I'm creepy, Akasaka. No, that's not true. My denial came out almost like a bad piece composed for a pastry slam. Not to be confused with the packed rabbit. Where would I be packing you? My denial came out almost like a bad piece comprised for a pastry slam, but her words were right on the mark. Into a box? Oh, that would be mean. I wouldn't put you in a box. I had always felt something ominous and uncanny about her. Oh! Well, you can't eat the rabbit if it's in a box, for one thing. But no one is getting eaten and no one's getting shoved into any boxes. Ever since her strange threats at the shrine. Well, except for MC, he might get eaten. She had noticed that my expression was contrary to my words, seemingly laughing at the gap between them. Akasaka, you coward. I'm not a coward. Being laughed at by this small child didn't sit well with me. So I said that. Even if you find another phone, it's too late. That's right. You didn't even have to say it. I was absolutely too late. I might have missed calling hours even by the time I reached this phone booth. I was too late. I had no option but to give up for today. Once I decided that, my unhealthy obsession with phones suddenly faded. I even thought it was strange that I was obsessed. That strange obsession now gone, I began to laugh at how hopeless I was. I mean, just look at what I'm wearing. It wasn't normal. A hospital gown and sandals? My head wrapped in bandages and my body completely soaked in sweat. It was a wonder that the old lady at the tobacco shop wasn't surprised to see me. With wanting to hear Yuki's voice as my motive, I had trapezed around town the entire evening. I didn't know whether to call it the follies of youth or just plain embarrassing. In any case, it was all I could do but to laugh at myself. Now, there's nothing left for Akasaka to do tonight. You're right. There's nothing. I'll just quietly return to the hospital. That's fine. Do you know the way? I hope I do. She waved her little hand as I began to head back the way I came. She began to follow alongside me. Looking at her face, I could see that she wore a mischievous smile. I have streams on both monitors. You don't have to do that. As if she was extremely interested in whether or not I would get lost. Is Rika-chan's house also this way? Min-maxing stream watching. It is. Would your parents be mad that you're walking around alone at this hour? Not really. My parents are busy today, so they probably forgot about me. Even then, it's best if you head home. They'll definitely be angry. Even if they are, it's much more interesting to talk with Akasaka, so I'm fine. She said that with a face free from worry as she looked up once more at me and smiled. When she showed me that smile, the eerie feeling surrounding her faded. Even then, she was still as mysterious to me as ever. We arrived at the corner I had turned at earlier, but it was much darker than before. And with the point of view changed on that return trip, I wasn't very confident that this was actually the corner I turned at. There's no mistake, it had to be this corner. So as we began to move... Ah, thanks for the hydrate. As I began to move my feet again, the girl grabbed onto my shoes. Isn't Akasaka going to the hospital? Of course, at least I intend to. Am I going the wrong way? A short moment of silence. Eventually, still holding onto my clothes, she began to walk. It was the beginning of the walk to the hospital this mysterious girl would take me on. I don't know. Something. This game. Yes, this game. Welcome. Are you safe? Hi, welcome. The person who was running around and cutting all the phone cords was you, wasn't it, Rika-chan? Yeah. You shouldn't do that anymore. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Really? She tried to play dumb, but it was written all over her face. Nipa. It's obvious she was trying to laugh it off, but that adorable smile of hers just made me want to forgive her. I'm gonna be a terrible father, aren't I? That momentary lapse in tension was erased by her next words. It's good that they found the grandson safe and sound. That's not public information. How would this little girl know that? That's suspicious. That's weird. Why are you mentioning that? Unable to respond right away, I sunk into silence, the demons told her. The Higurashi? I had already learned this info from Sato-san. I already learned this from Sato-san's info, didn't I? This girl, no, this entire village, knew everything since the moment I set foot in it. I considered playing dumb, but in the end I chose not to. With everything being known already, there is no point in me feigning ignorance. Somehow. That's great. Now you can go back to Tokyo. Thank you. Are your injuries bad, Akasaka? I don't know. I haven't heard anything from the doctor yet, so I don't know if they are or not. Huh? Come to think of it, I vaguely remembered being told to lay down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Yeah. Did that mean bed rest? Yes. Yes. Yes, it does indeed, Hakasaki. What else would it mean? Lay down and take it easy for at least 24 hours. Does that mean I'm supposed to like sleep and like rest? Is that what that means? Oh, I thought that meant wander around a village that I've never been to and know nothing about and potentially get lost. I thought that was what that meant. The wounded shouldn't be sneaking out of the hospital. You mean I shouldn't be walking out at night in search of a payphone? You mean I shouldn't? It's the 1950s. Cell phones haven't been invented yet. What am I supposed to do? We still got a couple decades before cell phones are invented. And then like another and a little bit after that before they become mainstream. So what am I supposed to do? People shouldn't be cutting phone cords. Beep. I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't know what you're talking about either. As we played dumb with each other, we both laughed at the same time. If somebody saw us laughing at each other like this, it would probably bring a smile to their lips. The chances of Akasaka leaving this village alive weren't very high. I don't want Akasaka to die. Oh god. I don't want Akasaka to die, so I'm glad you're leaving the village alive. Rika-chan. You knew who I was right from the beginning, didn't you? She said nothing, but gave a firm nod. Well then, I think you know this, but we're probably somewhat of an enemy to the people in this village, I would think. But you still gave me lots of warnings. That's right. She said it at the time. She wouldn't warn somebody that she was okay with dying. She definitely said something like that. Then, I should probably be thanking you. You probably should. I'm your savior. Saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. She said it jokingly, but the meaning behind those words was quite heavy. That was because whether or not I lived or die was a decision that might have been made in a place unbeknownst to me. She said those words with such an adorable smile that it took a few moments of silence for their weight to settle in. I'd been to this place before. The guardian's office was there. It was the stone steps leading up to the Furude shrine. When I had passed by before, I was so focused on finding a phone booth that I hadn't realized where I was. If I recall correctly, this shrine is Rika-chan's house, right? Yeah, something like that. Looking up at the shrine grounds, it was brightly lit, and energetic voices could be heard. What was going on? There's a festival today. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Something very, very important that I must tell you all. Okay. Very important detail about the festival. Alright? Okay. So. Alright, every year in the summer, Hinamizawa has a festival called the Cotton Drifting Festival. Alright? And ever since the dam project happened, somebody always dies and someone always goes missing. And that had been happening every year for the past 5 years. Okay? And in this current story that we are right now, this is the first year where that happens. Okay? How far in are we? This is the 4th game. This is chapter 4. Yeah. So, and the very first murder, the very first murder was someone working in the dam construction, like working for the dam construction. He was the person who died, and then the person who went missing was one of the perpetrators. Yes. Just wanted to let you know that the Cotton Drifting Festival has profound. Yeah. A lot of people here have watched the anime. Yeah. Just letting you know. Well, if you watch the anime, you should understand everything pretty well. But just for everyone who hasn't seen the last several playthroughs, yes, this festival is very, very important. Okay. There's a festival today. A festival? The best and only festival in Hinamizawa. The Watanagashi Festival. Watanagashi? Cotton drifting? Just knowing the name is boring. Do you want to take a look? She acts bluntly. But seeing that I looked interested, she climbed up a couple of steps and motioned for me to come. I was only going to go back and sleep anyways. If I had nothing else to do, it might not be a bad idea to go with her on a little detour. In the hostile territory that was this village, I didn't know what would happen if I ventured down a side road without Oishi. Even though I thought of the village like that, when I was with this girl, I forgot all about it. In any case, even without anything to back it up, I felt like as long as I was with her, none of the ill will from the village would befall me. That's why, even though I knew my cover was blown, I strangely had no qualms about setting foot into the heart of the Onikafuchi Guardian's territory. Climbing up the grounds of the shrine, I could see there were about 3 pavilions set up, with meeting tables and folding chairs. The old folks from the village, no, the executives of the Guardians, were already quite drunkenly sharing around another round of drinks. I could see it as people from the village council drinking while enjoying the evening air. At the very least, it was quite different than any festival I had ever seen. See? It's quite a boring festival, isn't it? This certainly doesn't look like a festival. It's a festival that happened since long ago, but as you can see, it's not like it used to be. As if to chide the old folk, she said that while looking at them with an exasperated expression. You really couldn't call this a festival anymore. It was just a bunch of neighbors getting together to drink under the guise of a festival. Oh, okay. Also, an important note. In the first game, the festival it's like quite lively. You know, it has stalls and stuff, and there are lots of people attending it. And it's kind of speculated that the reason for that— oh, hi, Drexler Cowboy, welcome. The reason for it is that people started attending the festival because they were afraid of the Orishio-sama's curse. So everybody came to start celebrating the festival proper. I feel sorry for the deity being celebrated here. Give this sorry excuse for a festival 5 or 6 more years, then everybody in the village will start coming. She's right. The ceremony will also be done properly, and it'll be a respectable festival again. What she said was not so much wishful thinking as it was the telling of a fortune that had already been determined. She wasn't even predicting it. It was almost like she was simply reporting the results. That's how it sounded. Even though it was baseless speculation, the way she said it wouldn't let me interject. It was the same way she talked when she changed. While I struggled to find the words to reply to her, she wandered over to the other side of the grounds, not minding me at all. Not in a state where I could afford to be left behind, I hurriedly followed after her. Passing through a copse of pine trees, and a strong cool breeze ruffled my hair. There, from that one evening, was the splendid observation platform the girl had showed me. Just as it had grown completely dark, the modest lights littered across the nightscape were providing a different type of scenery. Looking at it like this village seems tranquil. She said that with an indifferent look on her face. Just the other day. I'd love to stay in chat, but I'm merely chiming in to lurk, to have some background noise to sleep. No worries, I'm your girl for that. Sleep well, sleep well, cowboy. Good night. Hello, Arlie, welcome. Just the other day, you said that this village definitely wouldn't be submerged by the dam, didn't you? She didn't reply, seemingly relishing in the feeling of the wind blowing through her hair. Didn't that mean, at that point in time, the minister had already complied with the demands? She spun around, her gaze meeting mine. But she said nothing. She spoke nothing that would neither confirm nor deny what I had just said. This case will probably remain shrouded in darkness. Good night. Sleep well, cowboy. See you, space cowboy. Or drugstore cowboy, I guess. This case will probably remain shrouded in darkness. Headquarters probably doesn't want trouble from a scandal with the minister breaking out. Switching to sleep mode too. Good night, radio. No worries. There's no mistake that they threatened to kill the grandchild. The negotiations with the ministers were successful. Cowboy Bebop, nice, yeah. And the grandson was released. The one who saved the grandson was you. I wonder about that. The discovery of that wallet that started this chain of events. That alone was almost too convenient, I'd think. Ever since the moment that wallet was discovered, I felt something was odd. Oishi said it as well. That the Sonozaki family had been given the order to release the hostage, meaning that our little manhunt was the first to begin with. Come to think of it, I was punched, kicked, and had a gun pointed at me. felt like they put up quite a fight. But that might have all been a part of a good performance. Cowboy Bebop was on Adult Swim. Oh. Once the negotiations were successful, they couldn't just say, "Here you go," and return the minister's grandson right to his doorstep. They knew that public safety had realized that this was a kidnapping case and were moving in on it. That's why, due to the actions of public safety, the grandson was able to be rescued safely. The minister didn't give in to any unreasonable demands. That type of performance was necessary. I don't know about those difficult things. Likewise. Even for me, I can't make much sense of it. But there's one thing I can be certain of. Just as you said, this village won't be submerged. The dam project will soon be over. That wasn't something an officer of the law should be saying. But I naturally let those words slip from my mouth. This village may have stirred up all sorts of trouble. But that was because they were protecting their homes. If someone just decided by themselves that I had to leave the house I was used to living in, I would resent them as well. On top of that, it wasn't a place like mine where I just happened to be renting it, but a place their families had lived for generations. It might be ignorant to call their desperate resistance an overreaction. I might not really be qualified to criticize politics or bureaucracy, but deliberately building a dam on land that was loved by its residents wasn't something I could get behind. Still, aren't you glad? Why would that be? At the very least, with this, peace will return to this village. Even though the minister promised to use his considerable influence to cancel the project, it would probably take more than a few months before it be completely scrapped. At the very least, it would probably take 1 or 2 years. For the villagers to officially hear that their village wasn't going to be submerged to the bottom of the dam was still a ways away. But it was no mistake that the promise of peace returning to the village was there. It turned out from beginning to end that it had already been decided. Just as this girl said, it was decided. There really wasn't a need for me to come here in the first place. There's absolutely no need for me to come here and aggravate an unpleasant situation. If I had never come here, then the grandson's release might have been done in a more amicable manner. Peace? In this village? When I nodded, she laughed as if to admonish me. Her face remained indifferent, expressionless. And then her eyes narrowed slightly as she snickered. She knows about the thing that I just told you. Even though every year from now on, something bloody will occur. Rika-chan, what are you talking about? As the wind blew her hair about, the girl, as if taking pleasure in that I was the only one who didn't know, continued to snicker as she looked at my face for a while. You see, in a few years, I'll be killed. Huh? Backlit by the moon, it was hard to tell if her expression was that had been cast in shadow was smiling, amused, or resigned. You will? Why? It's a very unpleasant thing, though. Also, it's probably been decided already. Decided already? Who would decide that sort of thing? I'd like to know that as well. Turning back to face me, she showed me a resolute expression for the first time. And after staring into my eyes for a moment, she turned back to gaze at the scenery before she spoke her next words. There's a lot of people who have no regard for human life. Even if I tell you this, it might not change anything though. But if you want to erase the specter of death, sometimes, like with the reflection of the moon on water, all you have to do is throw a small stone. I had no idea what she was trying to say. It's just, I had to listen to every word with my body and soul. Or at least, that's what I thought. This day next year. Yes, June 1979. On this day. Oh, so this takes place in the 70s, not the 80s. Not the 50s, like I thought. The foreman of the dam construction project will be killed. What? For a moment, I couldn't comprehend what she was talking about. Now, the foreman? Did she mean that old gruff man I played Mahjong with? Be killed. Yes, he's the first victim of the yearly curse. What makes you think? She didn't answer. But she had the same expression on her face as she did when she declared that the dam project would go away. That wasn't the face of someone making a forecast or a prediction. It was something that was already decided. No. It was as if she was already reporting the results. That sort of expression. Yes, that happens. Yep. After being killed in a gruesome manner, the body will be torn apart and disposed of. Yes. Murdered and dismembered. The next year, in June 1980 of this day, Satoko's parents will be pushed to their deaths. Satoko? This is the first time I heard that name, but I didn't have the courage to interrupt this girl's story. Oh, yeah. Satoko is Rika's best friend. Yeah. We'll probably get to see her again in the next one. It might be an accident. An unfortunate accident. The girl smiled faintly, but she wasn't exactly encouraging me to smile along with the lifeless look in her eyes. And then, the year after that, on this day in June of 1981, my parents will be killed. And then, the year after that, this day in June of 1982, Satoko's abusive aunt will have her head split open and die. And then, the year after that, this day in June of 1983, or possibly a few days afterwards, I'll be killed. If all the deaths are preordained, then the last one would also be all according to plan. But then, whose plan would it be? This village is full of murders and people who have no regard for human life. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths up to 1982 would be the work of somebody in the village. It would be fine to believe that all the deaths that would occur were at the discretion of those who control the village. But that didn't explain what would happen in 1983. There's no way that the last death would just fit in anybody's plans. They had no regard for human life. They would use every means at their disposal to meet their goals. But their goals were at odds with the last death. That's why the last death was unrelated to them. But that last death would definitely, most likely, probably, without question, happen. Probably, definitely, I dare say. The last death would be a merciful one. A handkerchief or something being placed over their mouth, making them lose consciousness, never to wake up again. Exactly whose plan was that? I want to live happily. That's my only wish. Surrounded by my precious friends, spending our days enjoyably. Only that. I don't wish for anything more than that. Mika-chan, I don't want to die. The girl, stoic as ever, let those last words slip in the end. Eventually, we were discovered by some drunks. The girl as well as I were dragged back to the festivities. Everybody was completely drunk, so even when they saw my head completely wrapped in bandages, they wouldn't let me leave. Well, if I was in good enough, certainly, if I was in good enough condition to slip out of the hospital, it must not be that serious. The girl was mingling with everybody, being pampered like a kitten. Her expression was adorable, nothing like the one from just before, predicting her own death and whispering that she didn't want to die. Having said that, having a silly and lively conversation like this, it was hard to believe that these people were the core of an extremist resistance group. Even if it was a shell of its former self, it was a festival where people in the village gathered, so the 20-some-odd folk here should have included some of the village executives and other important members. Among those, there's no doubt that there are members that were at the Sonozaki family council in attendance. Meaning that if we never met face to face before, there were people who knew my identity. A small village like this, they knew the faces of all the villagers that lived here. That's why, without even saying anything, it soon became obvious that I was an outsider. But they actually seemed interested by that, asking all sorts of questions about Tokyo. Oh, oops, I missed that. Drinking while musing on the faint relationship the city had with the villagers, and empathizing with the rather meager environment. The confidential talks with the minister were finished. His grandson was in police custody. Everything was over. I might not have to be put in another perilous situation. To me, they're only my adversities because of my job. Outside of that, there's no reason I couldn't be friendly with them. Next time I visited this village, would it return to being a tranquil and beautiful place? If that happened, I might be able to take a relaxed walk around the village with her again. My cup was once again filled to the brim with beer. And the time I was able to get away was the middle of the night. The girl at some point disappeared. It seems her parents had told her to go home and sleep when she let out a large yawn. The old folks, who had absolutely no remorse for making an injured man hang out with them, told me as much as they left. I was just there drinking.
Yes, hi,
Oh.
hello.
Nukkunuku. Thanks for becoming a pet rabbit. Welcome in. I was just there drinking, so I thought it would help a bit. I'd help a bit to clean up. However, my help was refused on the grounds that I was a guest. On top of that, they had a car prepared to take me back to the hospital. Losing the battle against my sleepiness inside the car, I was sound asleep until we reached the parking lot of the hospital. The front door of the hospital was naturally locked at this hour. I wandered around bewilderedly searching for a back entrance until somebody on night duty found out and let me inside. Where were you this late at night? Dr. Hirie was worried, you know? Sorry for the trouble. I was held up by the people having a festival at the shrine. Oh, they did say something about everybody in the town council getting together for a drink. My condolences. Are your wounds alright? They're throbbing a bit. It's probably because of the alcohol, I think. Oh, that's right. The detective that was with you wanted to get in touch. Oops. I kept Oishi-san waiting. I glanced at the clock. No matter how you looked at it, it was way too late to call him now. I'll apologize to him tomorrow over the phone. I returned back to my hospital room and slipped into the bed that was still unmade from the time I went outside. Yeah? Having a good time drawing? No, it's no good. I have to turn off the lights. But my weariness had cut the cord powering my body, lulling me into a deep sleep. I don't know, things are too fine. Alright, let's see. It's been short. I guess we'll just read chapter 6 too then. Why not? I'll take a quick water break before we do that though. us continue. Mother's Diary. There was something I didn't like about my child. Finish 1/2, lost half matches. That sounds about right. There was something I didn't like about my child. I first realized it when I started writing these things down. They never warn you about it in any books about raising children, but they aren't just a plaything. Well, if they aren't able to feel loved, even when they're not doing exactly as their parents want them to, then those parents are failures. This wasn't something like that, though. How can I say it? It's probably harder to express with mere words. I just want my child to be average. As long as they aren't falling behind, there wasn't any need for them to excel at anything. As long as they acted appropriately for their age, I would have been fine with it. But my child had been different ever since kindergarten. While the children in her class were running around in excitement about the field trip the next day, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. You think this is about Rika? When the other kids broke the equipment for the athletics festival and were apologizing fervently, she only wore a bored look on her face, aloof and distant. When the teacher was reading a fun picture book, only she wasn't smiling. Even if they all got to eat delicious bento, only she wasn't happy. If it was only this, it would still be in the realm of understanding. However, what I don't understand about my child is that if the aforementioned situations happened again, they'd now act in a manner befitting of their age. I don't understand the principle behind that as a parent. Why were they indifferent about that field trip but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that picture book but happy about this one? Why were they indifferent about that bento but happy about this one? The former and the latter, in each situation, seemed exactly the same to me. Thanks for the hydrate. There were even times when I thought the former one was better. I don't understand that child's feelings. During parent-teacher meetings, the teacher always says the same thing. And I'd always respond with, I don't understand my own child. And we would mope together. My husband, always the optimist, once said that a young child's feelings are different from an adult's. So that if there are some things we didn't understand, we shouldn't worry about it. I lament his lack of urgency. One day, when I was in a good mood, I took the effort to prepare a menu that my child would enjoy. But she only smiled with a vague expression of disinterest. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. Bruh. Disproportionate response, unreasonable crash out. On a day when the weather was nice, the laundry I just hung up to dry was blown by a large gust of wind, causing the entire line to fall down. But she, watching me trying to pick up the laundry in a panic, stood there, laughing. That attitude frankly made me angry, so I hit her on the head. Am I the only one who's... yeah, uh... Yeah, I'm noticing a pattern here. Is it, I don't think your child's the problem, ma'am. I think the same sort of thing happened countless times. Before I knew it, my child was only able to look at me with an indifferent expression on her face. Nah, it's almost always the children. Of course, of course. I regret the fact that I've been a bad mother. Thinking I should regain her trust, I thought to get it back little by little with some light interactions. Seeing her do some craft work on the veranda, I called out to her. Oh yeah, this is Rika. These past few days have been nice and sunny. The air feels nice, doesn't it? That child with the indifferent look on her face I hated so much looked up at me for a moment, then without a word, returned to immersing herself in her craft work. Up until now, I would have hit her on the head for just that, but I held myself back. What are you making? Is it a doll? A weather charm. That child was using insights from the newspaper to deftly make some weather charms. The forecast hadn't called for rain. But that child, in her own way, was praying that these sunny days would continue. Being able to understand my own child for the first time in a while, I couldn't hide my own happiness. Bringing out a bar of yarn, I began to hang my child's cute weather charms from the eaves of the house. It's no good, Rika. The heads are too heavy, see? They've become reverse weather charms now. If they're like this, they'll call for the rain instead of the sun. When I started to take them down, my child tugged at the hem of my skirt, as if to stop me. That's because I made them upside down. They're fine. Marika, if they're upside down, they won't be a charm that calls for a sunny day, you know? I was making this charm for rain, so they're fine. I desperately suppressed the emotions welling up inside me. I was trying desperately to understand my child. Some people just like rain, Karen. God forbid someone like rain. Oh no. Lots of people find rain is great, exactly. Lots of people find rainy days relaxing. Jesus, Karen. Ah, I see. Ah, I see. The morning glories in the garden were starting to get a little withered from all the sun, so you wanted some rain, right? That child turned to me with the expression that I hated the most. I got bored of the clear weather. I don't understand. I don't understand. I just can't understand that child. If I had to choose between burning alive under the Australian sun or a cool, relaxing, rainy day, it's an obvious choice. Yeah. Alright. Mother's Diary. Part 2. The Electric Bungalow. During the family child, she buried herself under Orio's futon again. Oreo dotes on her unwaveringly. No matter what insolence my child commits, she doesn't mind. It's almost as though my child is a kitten or something. Oreo dotes on her exactly like he would dote on a kitten. As her mother, I chided her for doing that. Until Oreo said 3 times that it was fine, I chided her as a formality. Of course, she never lends an ear to any of my chidings. Knowing that Orio's standing was far above mine, she behaves like that. I don't like the cunning that's unbefitting of her age either. In any case, not only Oreo-san, but the rest of the old folk in the village spoil her too much. One day, I was surprised. By chance, on the way back from shopping, I saw her by herself, just outside a candy shop. My own child suddenly grabbed a snack, opened the package right there, and started eating it. She didn't make any attempts to pay for it, and she didn't even think of looking around. It didn't even feel like she was shoplifting, more like brazenly eating snacks that were offered to her. When I began to admonish my child, the elderly shop owner appeared and covered for her. The owner gave the ridiculous excuse that he said it was okay for that child to eat any of the snacks out by the entrance, so it was fine. When I tried to pay for the snacks that my child had eaten, the owner refused my money. During that exchange, more old folks had suddenly gathered around, and it began to feel like I was the one in the wrong. The elderly people pulled their hands together fervently in front of my child, and repeatedly voiced their respects. I was born into the Furude family, so it wasn't like I didn't know why she was being treated specially. When I was still young, it was something I often heard from my grandmother. If by chance the child I gave birth to was a girl, that child would be the living incarnation of Oyashia-sama. Of the ambient noise? The rain or my voice, which is the ambience. All the older folk believe she's the living incarnation of Oyashia-sama, and spoil her rotten. And not only did they spoil her, they even told her that she was the living incarnation of Oyashia-sama. That she had a divine power and threw all sorts of strange folk tales her way. So she may have begun to believe that she herself was a special existence. I went around and told everybody that it wasn't good for her upbringing, so to stop telling her these strange things. But there was no uprooting the elderly people's deep-seated superstitions. I told my child not to listen to them, but they ended up being that she stopped listening to me. Between all the old folks in the village who would dote on her and myself who only scolded her, there was no wonder who she would listen to. There's no mistaking that the reason that she became strange was because of the elderly villagers. There's no doubt that they shoved her head full of strange folk tales and superstitions since she was young. If it wasn't for that, There's no doubt my child would have been cute and normal. Mother's Diary, Part 3. One sunny parent-teacher day. You know what's also very interesting? This is supposedly her diary, right? Typically, when you write about someone in your diary, you write their name, right? You know, if you're writing about like your friend, you don't say my friend, you'll write your friend's name, right? But she only refers to Rika as my child. And it feels very impersonal. Where's the mystery in that? Well, we already know it's Rika, but it's like, it feels more like impersonal almost. Like she's distancing herself from her own child to the point where she won't even write her name in her diary. Yeah. There's a cooking class, and my child was making rice curry with a practice hand. While the other children her age were awkwardly using their kitchen knives, that child was wielding hers deftly. The teacher approached me with a smile on her face, saying it must be the result of learning it at home. I managed to play it off with a fake smile and nod in response. That was because I had never once taught my child how to make curry rice. Even then, she was peeling the vegetables with a practiced hand, adding them into the pot in order of which took longer to cook. That is a little bit creepy. How would she know that? How would like a young child who's like in grade school, I don't know, like 6 or 7, Rika can cook better than me. How is a small child gonna like know how to peel vegetables, know how to cut them neatly, put them into the pot in order of like which took the longest to cook? So she's like, oh, potatoes cook fast. Okay, so don't cook fast, they take a while to cook, so you put the potatoes in first. Like, what the fuck? Where did you learn that? For a normal parent, they might unintentionally clap their hands together, happy at their child's actions. I don't know, maybe she read a cookbook or something, you know? Maybe she found a cookbook laying around the house and she read it, and that's how she knows how to do it. But in my case, it was different. There was no mistaking that somebody had taught her how to make that curry rice when I wasn't taking care of her. Thinking that, I quietly fell into an unpleasant mood. When I asked, it seemed that she could also sew and do the laundry. I had never thought how to do those again. I had never taught her how to do those, and again, never saw her do it around the house. Be it cooking, sewing, or the laundry. Again, that was probably because the elderly villagers taught her all sorts of rubbish when I wasn't looking. And not only that, they probably taught her all sorts of strange superstitions, trying to prop her off as the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I said as much to my husband, suggesting that we should keep our child away from the elderly folk. But my husband, who was in the position of being the head priest at the Furude shrine, had little power against the elderly who supported it. He took the rather uncommitted stance of saying that as long as she was being doted upon, wasn't it fine? I argued against that. That she was our child, and she should be a completely normal girl. That what the elderly were expecting, that she was the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was simply odd. The elderly villagers believe that that child has divine powers, We would discuss the weather for the following day, but there were many times when I left the house without an umbrella and came back soaking wet. Rather than having clear voyage, that was just secondhand knowledge from her watching the news all the time. The things that she knew shouldn't have been. The things that she knew that she shouldn't have known were just the result of people who were trying to indoctrinate her and the people who were gossiping together in the village. However, there certainly were days when everybody thought it was going to be sunny all day, and that child would stubbornly not go without an umbrella. It would occasionally rain, and in the end we would be saved. There also might have been a few times where Rika knew of major incidents in foreign countries faster than the news did. I thought she might heard it break over the radio or something. Knowing things she shouldn't have, something like that. Was in front of me right now, wasn't it? That child was making curry rice, when there shouldn't have been anybody who taught her how to. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. Somebody had taught her, indoctrinated her. Indoctrinated her into what? The cult of curry rice? When I wasn't taking care of her, somebody had indoctrinated Rika with something. Frude-san's curry is absolutely splendid. I'll give it a gold star. Nipa! Where did you learn to cook, Frude-san? At home? Yes, at home. The other parents in attendance were impressed. Lies. All lies. I didn't teach her anything. Who was it? Who was it? Who was the person who had completely indoctrinated my child? And those elderly people teach me how to become a millionaire. She was my normal, average daughter, not the living incarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Interesting. Save first. Alright, we'll read chapter 6 still. It was an accident that happened in such a small village that anyone could forget. One day after the tragedy had come to a close, it was just as the scars began to heal. A young man thinks nostalgically of the little girl he once met. The words he couldn't ask that day, the promise he couldn't fulfill that day, those regrets and lamentations opened the fate that was sealed and became a single hope. Fate isn't only about happiness, but there is no one who would wish for unhappiness. Midsummer, 1985. Papa, are you there, Papa? Oh. Are you alright? Were you having a scary dream? Ali1, thanks for becoming a back rabbit. Welcome. Yuki was sitting next to me. I quickly patted her head after hearing her say that. I must have had a bad dream while sleeping in the cabin. I was sweating profusely. No, it's nothing. I guess it's a little hot in here. I tried to wipe away the sweat while answering, and looked around for a handkerchief or towel. And then a cold drop ran down my forehead. Miyuki turned to me and smiled, then wiped my face with the towel she received at takeoff. Thanks, Miyuki. Of course. Thanks to her, I was finally able to shake off my slumber, so I got up from the aisle seat and looked out the window. I wrapped my arms around Miyuki in the window and listened to the noise as the land and sea flew past us before our eyes. Wow, it's Hokkaido. Hokkaido is so big. Then the plane gently turned before entering the airport runway. Arriving at the lobby, I glanced around looking for Oishi. I was met with a familiar gruff voice calling out to me. Akasaka-san. How many years has it been? It's been a while, hasn't it? Oishi-san. It really has been a long time. Oishi clapped his hand on my shoulder, celebrating our reunion. Akasaka-san, you're looking pretty good. You look like a bona fide frontline investigator now. You're looking quite dapper yourself. Your posture seems a lot better. Is the ballroom dancing paying off? You should give it a try while you're still young. You'd be a hit with the ladies. A real babe magnet. Oishi had retired and moved to Sapporo, and of all things started taking ballroom dancing lessons. He had apparently gotten really into it and decided to spend the rest of his new life devoted to that hobby. He was aiming to hit his instructor qualifications before he hit 80 and live out his old age dandily. Oh? Who might this be? How old is Oishi? I don't know. Probably like 70s, 60s. Oh, is this his child? She's so cute. Oishi suddenly turned his attention to Miyuki, who was standing idly next to me. He bent down on his knee to look her in the face. However, my daughter was frightened and hid behind my back. Come on, Miyuki. Please introduce yourself properly. Oh, She was staring at Oishi with a dubious expression while tugging at the hem of my shirt. She's usually not this shy. I wonder what's wrong. Sorry about that. She's usually not like this. No, it's no problem. This old man just has a scary face. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? I'm Miyuki Akasaka. I'm 7 years old. Nice to meet you. Great. That was a good introduction. I'd expect no less from Akasaka's daughter. Since his wife isn't here, did she die? Did she die giving birth to Miyuki? Is that what happened? Oishi gently stroked Miyuki's head and laughed as though she were his own grandchild. After finally seeing that, Miyuki smiled in relief. Shortly afterwards, Miyuki told me she was just doing what I told her to do. Be careful around strangers. Oishi overheard that and left out a haughty "Wahaha," shaking his body while laughing and walking. I let myself into Oishi's car, and we headed out towards the hot spring inn. I had originally intended to crash at Oishi's place, but Oishi was quite obstinate that his home wouldn't be suitable for that. So it came to this. At the inn, we relaxed while soaking in the hot springs, then then ate a delicious feast until we were full. Yuki had a little of the Mongolian barbecue and was delighted with it. After our bellies were swollen, Yuki grew sleepy and went off to bed. Then Oishi and I reminisced about the time we played Mahjong together in Hinamizawa. It seemed that to celebrate our reunion, Oishi had looked for people who would play. While unable to find a suitable candidate, we had to give up on putting together a table. As we drank together, we excitedly recounted our exploits during the final manhunt. I hope not. I hope not too. Did they end up catching those two guys? Oh damn. Drip. A hot spring in drip. Nope. In the end, the search team never found them. They were probably hidden by the villagers, then went overseas or somewhere else far away to lay low for a bit. Oishi-san, if I remember correctly, Oishi would make a cool yakuza. Yeah. You managed to grab one of their guns, didn't you? Did you learn anything from that? It was a foreign military pistol. It's probably the ones from the gangs in Kansai managed to smuggle a ton of. We tried to get a match from the rifling, but it didn't show off in any other cases. How about on your end? After that, I was removed from the front line, so I don't know much. In the end, it seems like everything was settled under the veil of secrecy. Oishi smiled wryly as he sipped his chilled drink. What happened after that? Sure was tough, huh? Has it been 7 years now? Yeah. We held the memorial service a few days ago. Ah, fuck. I've become estranged with my father-in-law lately, so it was rough getting everything ready. Must have been a lot of work. No. It was then the hostess brought in the extra drinks that we had ordered before. Yeah, and didn't Miyuki say that she was 7, so I guess that, I guess Yuki died giving birth to Miyuki, which is really sad. All the bottles of beers clinked as she brought them in. We halted our conversation. What Omishi meant when he said it must have been tough. Thinking about it was still hard, but time had healed the wound. It was the day after, when I phoned Oishi to apologize. When I did, Oishi immediately handed the phone to one of my colleagues who happened to be there. Not only was I injured in the brawl with the suspects, but I had disappeared to drink late into the night without leaving any sort of contact information, so I thought he'd definitely be mad. However, all he said was that it was something he couldn't talk about over the phone, and that I should come to the station as soon as possible. At the time... Wait, is that what Rika meant when it was too late? Oh, that might have been what she meant. I didn't even think about that. At the time, I could only think that he must have been really pissed off. But when I arrived at the station, he said this. It seems your wife was involved in an accident. Having no idea what happened, I borrowed the phone to contact the hospital Yuki was staying at. After being given the runaround several times, I was finally able to talk to someone in charge, and after mincing words for quite some time, they told me Akasaka Yuki died in an accident? Oh my god. The world became a blur as I sat there dumbfounded. Yuki's death was unbelievably abrupt, unbelievably sudden. I could have understood if there was some kind of problem during the birth, but Yuki's death wasn't anything like that. On the stairs, way up on the roof, she managed to slip and fall. She had just happened to fall on an unfortunate place at an unfortunate angle. That was it. Wanting to blame Yuki's death on somebody, I began to think it was an act of revenge by the Guardians, that they killed my wife and made it look like an accident. What I learned when I flew back to Tokyo, however, was much more cruel than that. Yuki had a bit of a habit of going up to the roof to cool off in the evening. There was an elevator up to the 7th floor, but from there you had to take the stairs to get to the roof. Even late in her pregnancy, when the evening came, she would always head up there. Her father had always said for her not to push herself, but Yuki insisted that until the time she had no choice but to stay in bed, she should be allowed to do as she wished. However, I had never once seen Yuki go up to the roof. I only heard that from her father and the nurses. That was because whenever I visited her, she would spend that time with me instead. Oh. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof. He blames himself, yep. I heard the reason why Yuki went up to the roof from a nurse she had become friendly with. She had said that her husband was away on business a lot of the time, and that whenever he called, she was able to cheer him up and give him courage. But when he didn't call, she couldn't do that. Her husband might put on a lot of bravado, but in reality he grew lonesome pathetically fast. She was probably just the same. Whenever he left for business, not clear when he'd be back, she'd felt very lonely. Whenever she cheered him up, she was actually cheering herself up as well. That's why, whenever he left he went far away for an important job, on the evenings he didn't call, at the very least she felt that standing underneath the same sky, her feelings would reach him. At that moment, I remembered the words that girl told me. That it was best to go back to Tokyo right away. Otherwise, there'd be something I'd regret horribly. Yes, that's it. Because I was away on business that day, Yuki had headed up to the roof. And I know that this would have been the result, that I'd done as this girl had said and dropped everything to head back to Tokyo. I might have been with Yuki on the day she died. If I was with her, she wouldn't have gone up to the roof. The day my wife died was on the evening of the 3rd day of my trip. Yes. It was right before the time I had the sudden urge to hear Yuki's voice and ran around the village trying to find a phone. The girl had gone around and cut all the phone cards. If she hadn't, and I had made the call, I would have undoubtedly learned of Yuki's death at the time and collapsed in tears. Of course, even though the cords were cut, it had only put me off of learning of Yuki's death by that one evening. In the end, I had learned of it the next morning. However, when I managed to put my emotions in order, I realized it was that girl's small token of consideration. That's the first I heard about that. Yeah, it's the first time I've talked about it. Could it have been a coincidence? She doesn't have any special powers or anything. Or does she? Aren't you the one who told me, Oishi-san? That she might be the reincarnation of the god called Orishio-sama? Well, yeah. The old folks in the village believed that Rika Furude had divine powers. Divine powers? Oishi had originally said it as a joke, but realizing that I was serious, he slumped his shoulders. I don't know if it's the truth or not. They say that they did say the things she like. They did say things like, they did say she did things. They said she did things like prophesize the future or talk about things she should have no way of knowing. That she was clairvoyant. That it was divine revelation. Well, all sorts of things. Of course, they couldn't give specific examples though. She prophesied Yuki's accident. Oishi tried to laugh it off, but out of respect to my deceased wife, he kept restrained. Does that mean that an active, capable investigator from the Metropolitan Police Department believes in divine powers and curses? Having him say that so bluntly, I couldn't respond. Of course I had no intention of believing in such odd things. But he could only say that because he didn't know what I did. Once I met that other girl, who both was and wasn't Rika Furude, I couldn't deny the existence of any otherworldly entity. Of course I can't deny that it might not have been a prescience, but rather a warning. Not a prescience, but a warning. If what that girl said was a warning about Yuki's accident, then things became much easier to understand. Basically, the line of thinking became that it wasn't a threat, because I didn't go back to Tokyo, my wife was killed in a way to make it look like an accident. Not satisfied with the investigation into your wife's accident? Of course, I suspected foul play. I pored over the results and even carried out my own personal investigation. There weren't any witnesses to Yuki's fall. There was a possibility that someone had hidden, waiting to push Yuki down the stairs. However, the cleaning ladies frequented the roof to hang laundry, and the security cameras on each floor hadn't recorded anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't anything set up on the stairs, and I was unable to find anything suspicious. In the end, even after my personal investigation, I can't think that anything else happened other than a simple accident. Well, of course. These were the guys that took the minister's grandson hostage. It wouldn't be impossible for them to push a lone pregnant woman down the stairs without leaving any evidence. Oishi's expression had completely sobered up. They murdered your wife? When Yuki died, I thought that as well. More precisely, I wanted to blame somebody, so I created the most viable scapegoat. But without any clear evidence, that violent notion faded along with the wounds in my heart. Did that girl know beforehand about my wife's death and was threatening me? Or did she prophesize that death and was offering me a road to salvation? If I had to choose between the two, I would tend towards the latter. Oishi smiled slightly in disbelief as he poured more beer from his bottle. And if I may, if what you say is true, then Rika Furude was a prophet who knew the future. If so, why didn't she predict that disaster? If she knew that gas eruption was going to happen, why did she remain silent? Even a few hours beforehand would have been enough. If the village knew, then most of the people would have escaped without dying. Great Hinamizawa Disaster in Memoriam List. 59 blank, Article 12, March 31st, 1984. It was near the end of June 1983. Volcanic gases from the Onigafuji swamp erupted and hit the village in the middle of the night. It was an unprecedented disaster where the whole populace was wiped out. It caused a wave of panic about volcanic gas across the country, causing people to overreact over any reports of odd smells. I hadn't heard of the blockade in the Hinamizawa area be lifted, so it should still be cornered off. That's... It was my turn to be a loss for a response. Well, if Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, was killed, then the village might have incurred the god's wrath, making him call forth the miasma from the swamp to kill everyone. That explanation is what the survivors are whispering about. Hey, sorry, Oishi-san. Did you just say she was killed? Huh? She did say that, didn't she? She said, on this day, June 1984, or maybe a few days after that, I'll be killed. And didn't he kind of allude to how she would die? Like, he had said something about like a handkerchief being over her mouth and just sleeping and not waking up. Something like that. Well, I don't think it would be a problem if I told you. When I saw the news about the gas disaster, I remembered that girl. I then found her name in the list of victims. That's why, at the time, I thought her own death she predicted was due to the gas. It was after that I learned from tabloids of the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa during the 5 years leading up to the disaster that became known as the Curse of Oyashiro-sama. And that string of mysterious deaths had lined up exactly with what that girl had predicted, so I had always thought to ask Oishi-san about it, as he had been involved in the investigation. That's right. That was the reason for our reunion. But right now, Oishi had said, Rika Furude didn't die in the disaster, but was killed. Can I ask you about the last year of the curse? I may be retired, but I still have to keep things confidential, you know? Excuse me, ma'am. Do you have anything that's brewed locally? High grade, if there is. I'll leave the selection to you. Mine, I didn't mean it that way. Lucy laughed loudly, but wholly unsatisfied, stopped the hostess to tell her that cheap goods was fine. I know as much as was written in those magazines, but I don't know anything about the curse that happened in the year of the disaster. Because the entire area around Hinamizawa was sealed off, you see. There wasn't much of an investigation that could be done on the last year of the curse. Even after several years the quarantine is lifted, the villagers are mostly dead. And what few survivors there were mostly went to stay with relatives. Their whereabouts most likely unknown. It's a complete dead end. Oishi seems to postulate himself as he stared at the ceiling, as if trying to work out a memory from the rusty cogs in his head. And then, he said in a completely sober voice, "The magazines made it seem like the 5th curse of the year was that disaster. But the curse really happened on the day of the Watsunagashi festival. A photographer by the name of Jiro Tomitake. He was the victim." Oishi gestured about how the victim tore at his own throat with his fingernails as he talked. And the burnt corpse of the woman Tomitake was in a relationship with was found in the mountains in Gifu. The Gifu prefectural office wasn't very cooperative. I don't know much about it, though. There were 2 victims in one night. Actually, see, it wasn't just those 2. You see, the next day, remember, one person dies, one person goes missing. Kumaka-kun, one of my subordinates, disappeared along with his car in the middle of his investigation. Kumagai was the younger detective that was being partnered with Oishi after we first met. He was going around the village to question the people about the incident with Tomitake. He might have been caught up in something. If he was with me, he might have been safe. Even now it still stings. That day, for some reason, I did a real number on my stomach. I had to pass on going around outside. He got too close to the truth and was made to disappear. That's what I think. Uma-chan was young and had a promising career ahead of him, but he still didn't have enough experience on the scene. He wasn't used to dealing with any complications. Oishi lamented the fact that he wasn't with his subordinate that day. And then, the next day, see? You know him as well, Akasaka-san. Dr. Irie? You remember him? Yeah, that young doctor from the hospital? I vaguely remember. For whatever reason, he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No suicide note or anything. The autopsy confirmed that it was the sleeping pills. Nothing was in doubt except the motive. Isn't that hard to make it look like somebody died from taking sleeping pills, isn't it? Any possibility it was a murder? He was single, no prior marriages. Didn't seem like he was going out with anybody in particular. He was the coach of the local junior baseball team and was on good terms with the villagers. He was liked by everybody. I couldn't find anybody who would want to do him harm. In any cases, well, any chances to investigate were ruined by the disaster, though. There's no way to find out anything about him now. And the two chapters suspect Dr. Irie Yeah, but at this point it was like 5 years after the fact. And the damn project was already cancelled. Then what about Rika Furude's death? It was that day. Around noon, some of the old folks who were visiting the shrine discovered the corpse of Rika Furude. Murder? Before we continue, you should probably stop eating that squid salmon. That bad? Oishi nodded firmly. The corpse was found on the shrine grounds, next to the donation box. Although she was probably killed somewhere else. Because while she was completely naked, there wasn't any dirt on the soles of her feet. Any sign of some sort of sexual assault? According to the autopsy, there wasn't any indication of that. Oh, thank God. We know that she was rendered unconscious by some kind of drug, carried to that place, then had her abdomen sliced wide open. Her organs were deliberately removed and scattered about. Unconscious? Then, wasn't she cut open after death? That's horrible. What the That girl's prediction was right on the mark. I'm pretty sure she was more detailed about the other deaths that led up to her own. For example, I think she said that the housewife was beaten to death. In that case, did she know that her own death would be so terrible? There must have been some moments where she wanted to doubt the validity of her own predictions. But as people died exactly as prophesized, as years passed, that prophecy would only come closer to fruition. And then, facing the final year, unable to struggle against her own destiny, her all too young life was snuffed out. And in such a cruel way. Knowing that her days were numbered, and unable to fight the tide of events heralding her end, my heart ached at her hopelessness. About the way she died, it doesn't seem like it seems like it wasn't just somebody's sick tastes. What I'm saying is, I've told you before about how Hinamizawa used to be home to demons, didn't I? Yeah, I think I remember. The festival in Hinamizawa? The festival in Hinamizawa village, Watsunakashi, the cotton drifting seems to stem from the drifting of entrails. It seems that it came from the man-eating demons ripping apart their victims and throwing their organs into the river. In other words, in Hinamizawa, pulling out entrails had some sort of religious meaning? Well, this is according to the old tales in Hinamizawa, you see. To act as an arbiter, so that the humans and the man-eating demons could live together peacefully. A god known as Orishio-sama descended from the heavens. If I recall, Rika Furude was said to be the living incarnation of that Orishio-sama, wasn't she? Yeah. So cutting open Rika Furude, who was a living god, would be to the village nothing less than absolute sacrilege. Absolute sacrilege. In other words, you mean sacrilege towards Orishio-sama? The rest you should know, Akasaka-san. The wrath of Orishio-sama would occur that same night. The great Hinamizawa disaster. The official explanation was that some swamp upstream erupted with toxic volcanic gas, which enveloped the village. The swamp where it erupted was called Onigafuchi Swamp. It was the origin of Hinamizawa's old name, Onigafuchi Village. According to village lore, the depths of the swamp apparently led to hell, where the man-eating demons came from. That almost seems too perfect. No. That's just the tip of the iceberg. There's another bit of folklore in the village. If Oyashio-sama became angry, the cauldron of hell would open up and miasma would flow out. Or so they say. Miasma? You mean like volcanic gas? To the villager, hell was the bottom of the swamp. So basically, the miasma poured out, smothering the village. Yeah, basically. Due to the sacrilegious way that Rika Furude, the living incarnation of Oyashio-sama, was killed, the village incurred the wrath of Oyashio-sama in the form of that disaster. That seems to be their explanation. So what you're saying is that disaster wasn't a natural one? Well, everything does seem to fit together a little too well. If Oyashio-sama's curse really doesn't exist, and everything was just a matter of coincidence, I would doubt it. A wry smile formed on Oishi's face as he listened to my absurd take on things. He wore an expression as though, even if it were absurd, there was a time he had thought the same thing as well. In regards to the religious beliefs of the villagers, suppose there was a more fanatical group among them, and that group created a situation that would incur Oyashio-sama's wrath and incited the disaster to make it seem like truth. Of course I won't laugh. I've wandered around that line of reasoning more than once myself. However, even though Hinamizawa is a small village, it still has a population of over 1,000 people. To murder that many people in a single night doesn't seem realistic, no matter how you look at it. The gas eruption was believed to have happened around 2 a.m., several hours before dawn. In that short amount of time, going around and killing all the villagers in a way to make it look like poison gas doesn't seem feasible at all. The swamp the gas erupted from still had some religious significance, didn't it? If that's the case, then maybe there is something set up in the swamp, something that could have been activated whenever a divine verdict was rendered. According to the Ch.5 press release, the swamp was declared the source of eruption. This was after everything was thoroughly looked over by their investigative team. If anything like that was set up, I think they would have found it. It wouldn't necessarily have to be in the swamp itself. Come on, haven't you ever heard about it? The old story about even when a faraway spring dried up, the village spring dried up as well. What do you mean by that? Many waterways are connected by underground aquifers. Swamps and springs are the only parts that manage to pop up the surface. So you're saying that Onigafuchi Swamp is connected to another swamp or spring? And there's something that the villagers rigged up a long time ago. Something that changes the pressure of Onigafuchi Swamp, causing it to erupt with poison gas. That's a little far-fetched. Is that what you're getting at? Oishi laughed heartedly, Commenting the fact that the youngins have a nice, flexible way of thinking. That was the former detective in him. Even though it was a hypothesis that he didn't come up with, he still had the presence of mind not to dismiss it right away. That's an interesting theory. If it proves to be truth, then it would unprecedentedly be the largest mass murder in the history of Japan. Once the quarantine on Hinamizawa village is lifted, I think it should definitely be investigated. Oishi-san, do you still have any connections with the XX prefectural police? Somewhat. I'm an honorary advisor for the judo class, so even now I pop up during summer training camps and such. I don't know when the quarantine on Hinamizawa village will be lifted, but please let me help investigate. Got it. Oishi-san, how do you feel about the largest mass murder in the history of Japan? I think China has something to say. Whoopsies. How do you feel about the string of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa they call the curse of Oyashio-sama? At the time, the villagers were putting on a lot of pressure on that station. The official stance on things was that the cases were unrelated. That each case was separate, each with its own resolution. Can't be. Even though it was blatantly obvious that the cases were connected based on the village's religious beliefs. Akasaka-san, we can only say that now because of the rather grandiose way things ended after 5 years. At the time, those coincidental incidents just happened to coincidentally occur on the day of Watsunugashi. It would be nice if nothing happened this year kind of feel to it. Coincidence? The girl predicted everything from the beginning. Girl? Rika Fruite. That child warned me about all the incidents that would happen afterwards. Akasaka-san? Is that true? Yes. The girl said as such. That the next year, the damn 4 men would be killed, and his corpse dismembered. Not only that, she warned me of all the events that would transpire in the following years. Akasaka-san, when she told you all of that, what year was it? When I met the girl, I was investigating the kidnapping incident, so June of 1978. The year before the dismemberment murder. Winkles formed between Oishi's eyebrows as he closed his eyes and began to digest what I had just told him. Akasaka-san, if you're wrong about Rika Furude knowing the future through some divine medium, this is getting ridiculous. Yep. If you're just trying to shock me, I'm gonna get really angry, you know? I'm speaking the truth. Then the script behind the chain of mysterious deaths was written a year before it even started. And just as predicted, Rika Furude was killed. At first, I thought she meant that she would be killed in the disaster. However, I now know that her death wasn't due to that, but a rather atrocious one at the hands of a murderer. She said she would be killed. At that point in time, she knew more or less that her own death would occur. Then, why didn't Rika Furude try and run away? Even if her death was already spelled out for her. Knowing that, she still had a grace period of several years, didn't she? She had plenty of time to try and run away or consult the police. I don't think the police would do much. Why'd she just accept her death with no resistance? I don't know. Even though Rika Furude was doted upon by the older folks in the village, you see, after she lost her parents, she had no living relatives and lived a very solitary life other than hanging around with some close friends. It might have been that she didn't have any power to fight or anyone to rely on. These officers are going to be killed in 5 years' time. Come on. She must have tried signaling somebody for help in regards to her own deaths, though. You know very well that the village and the police aren't very amicable with one another, Akasaka-san. At the very least, I never heard anything about Rika Furude seeking protection from anybody. Or could it be that she simply resigned herself to being a religious sacrifice? It could have been something like that. There's no way that was the case. I spoke decisively. At the time she said it. She said definitely that she wanted to live happily, that she wanted to spend her time surrounded by her dear friends. She hadn't given up on life. She had hope to keep on living. At that moment I became dumbstruck. What's the matter, Akasaka-san? No, it's nothing. I fell into silence. Oishi folded his arms and began murmuring in contemplation again. Eventually, he stood up and headed towards the hallway to find the hostess, yelling that he wanted a pen and paper. When Oishi, noisy, even though he was just thinking, left, the room immediately fell into a chilled silence. I stood up. It was then I realized I was drunk enough to be unsteady on my feet. When I slid open the window, a beautiful, yet somehow ephemeral moon drifted across the night sky. It was just now that I realized she hadn't accepted her own death. She wanted to keep living, happily and joyously. She had said that quite clearly to me, that I was a fool. I hadn't been asked explicitly, so I hadn't realized it. She had made it clear as day that she didn't want to die. It wasn't that her cry for help. She didn't say it as much that she wanted help. But given that, it wasn't enough that it wasn't as though she wasn't looking for salvation. Without any family, and unable to trust the police, she instead told somebody without any relation to the village, somebody from a faraway place, me. Help me. She had gone around and cut the phone cords. If I had made that call and learned of Yuki's death, I probably would have fallen into despair. If I was in that state, even if she was looking for help, her cries would have fallen on deaf ears. That's why. Knowing of everything, she had cut the phone cords. She wanted even a little time to seek help from me. Oishi just before now lamented that some of the younger officers gotten mixed up in a case haven't been erased because he wasn't there. I was feeling the same way. If only. I was there in June of 1983. I could have protected her. In 1983, it would have been 5 years since the kidnapping took place. By raising the only daughter Yuki had left me, putting all my youth and passion into the work, honing my wits and courage, wrestling with difficult cases. Nothing like my feelings during the kidnapping incidents would have occurred. I wouldn't have been slow to react in a one-on-one fight, and by that point I had jumped into a foreign mafia gambling At that point, I had jumped into foreign mafia-run gambling parlors where I had learned to deal with automatic weapons, let alone handguns. I had grown so much in that 1980, so much that in 1983, I couldn't have even compared to how I was in 1978. That's why, if I was by her side, I should have been able to save her life. No matter what conspiracies or foul plots drew near, I definitely would have protected her. She, even though sounding resigned, should have still been able to ask me for help. I just didn't realize it. I couldn't realize it. Just as I wouldn't have realized if I was told of Yuki's accident, I wasn't able to realize it. I wanted to cry. If I had taken her words to heart, I would have prevented Yuki's accident. I would have been able to protect the girl from whom I've owed a debt from even a predetermined death. She must have been expecting that from me. I learned about the disaster while watching television in my house. Until I learned about that, I had forgotten about Hinamizawa. In order to recover from the shock of Yuki's death, I tried to remove everything about the place from my memory. What an ungrateful fool I was. Even though in exchange for saving her, the girl had told me a way to save Yuki, I was unable to accept her gratitude, and now we were here. She hadn't died in her sleep due to a natural disaster. She was split open while still alive, killed while suffering the disgrace of having her organs torn out. She must have known beforehand that on that day on that year, she'd be killed in such a terrifying way. But even now, knowing what end awaited her, she was all too weak. A lone girl, without anybody to rely upon, unable to seek help, had to swallow her own predetermined death, left this mortal coil. She said she wanted to live. She said she just wanted to live happily. That's all she wanted. She didn't ask for anything extravagant. For any person that was ever born, that was the very basis of desires. She never said a peep about wanting money or that she wished that she was in someone else's situation. She had said it. If all the deaths were preordained, then hers was probably also all according to plan. She might have been a lone, fragile girl, but I didn't think she would have accepted it all without at least putting up a fight. It must have been in some small way, some form of resistance that she mustered. And with what she could muster, seeking my help was part of that. God damn it. I howled. I stomped the floor. Why did I become a police officer in the first place? How could I call myself an officer if I couldn't save a single girl from the misfortune that was awaiting her? Was it because there was so much going on at that time, I couldn't process the fact that she was asking for help? Yeah, that's right, I was still green. If I was in that situation now, I would have definitely been able to help her. But it was already over. Even if I wanted to settle the regrets she left behind, Hinamizawa as a dangerous area was still quarantined. Most of the people involved were already dead, with a few that did remain spread around the country, unable to be traced. The stage of that tragedy was still off limits as well. The police investigation was put on hold, and the case was slowly being buried in the sands of time. Just like how I wouldn't have known unless Oishi had asked me about it. Kasaka-san, are you okay? At some point, Oishi had returned with a notebook in hand. Until I saw the expression on Oishi's face, I didn't realize I was in tears. I never realized. I never realized she wanted help. Kasaka-san, calm down. But it's all too late now. She was killed in such an atrocious manner. She was counting on me, but I couldn't save her. I couldn't save her. It might also be a fault. I might also be at fault for not building up an amicable relationship with the village. If Rika Furude had told me about it, I might have been able to extend a helping hand. I wasn't able to build up enough trust for that. That's something I regret. When Oishi said the word trust, it weighed on me even more. Yes, she had given me her trust. She trusted me. Meaning that she thought that I would have been able to ward off her fate for her foreseeing death. She believed that. I cried. I fell to my hands and knees as I began to bawl. Eventually, Oishi spoke quietly. Asaka-san, does it upset you? It does. Then, there's only one way worth mentioning for Rika Furude to have her revenge. Is there really? Is there really a way to do that? Oishi showed me a pen and a notebook. In order to properly mourn the death of Rika Furude, we have to at least find out the truth. The truth? Yes, and not just Rika Furude. Lots of people died. Their lament must be immeasurable. But their deaths were left unsettled because of the disaster, and now we can't even investigate them, as their memory fades into oblivion. Many people died. The old man was killed, Kuma-chan was erased, everybody was a victim. But the police can't even investigate it. Who's gonna take care of their parting regrets? Only we can. Akasaka-san. We find the truth. Yeah, we'll find it. I've been around every one of the string of mysterious deaths, and know all of the inner workings of the village. You were told an important truth the year before they happened by Rika Furude. We can do it. But they're already dead. That's right. Rika Furude died. You were too experienced, so you couldn't save her. Oishi grabbed me, who was a wreck, and lifted me firmly by the lapels. That's why, to atone for that, we revealed the truth. If what you say is true, then all the incidents were a part of some greater design. If that's the case, then how we investigate needs to change completely. I intend to spend tonight summarizing all the information you and I have, and then get in contact with one of my former subordinates the first thing in the morning. We're not going to let this case go cold. We're definitely going to crack it wide open. Crack it open? Crack it open. We will. Several years have passed, but it's not beyond the statutes of limitations. Even if the case has been postponed, it's not closed. It's still going. We're going to keep it going. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it, Oishi-san. I won't let it end like this. I'm certain we will uncover the truth. We absolutely will. I demonstrated my resolve to Oishi by crying out those words. Just then, Papa. The sliding door behind me opened, and Miyuki revealed herself while sleepily rubbing her eyes. Shouting must have awoken her. Then she rushed over to me. What's wrong, Papa? Papa, why are you crying? Oh. It's nothing, Yuki. It's nothing. Oh. Oh, Dennis. Thanks for becoming a back rabbit. Welcome in. I tried hard to smile while wiping away my tears. And though Miyuki looked like she was about to cry herself, she extended her little hand to me. Are you alright? Did you have another scary dream? Don't cry, Papa. Oh. And when she makes that gesture towards me, I saw the figure of another girl, overlapping with her. And her innocent gaze and innocent expression felt frustratingly nostalgic, filling me with painful torment. The girl who couldn't be here because I couldn't reach out to her. She borrowed my daughter's body to offer me words of comfort. Akasaka, please don't cry. It might be a hallucination. Maybe a convenient illusion formed by my selfish dreams. However, that was her voice. I'm certain I heard it. Rather than blaming me for my mistake, she was compassionate. Why am I crying? After all, I have something more important to do than crying. Miki. Before you were born, Papa met a girl in Hinamizawa who was like an angel. An angel? Really? Yeah, she was cute and kind. Oh my god, I got free DoorDash apparently. Some guy showed up with pasta and breadsticks and I ordered it and I told him nah. And the actual guy that ordered cancelled. Oh, nice, free food. No ice water. Actual food, let's go. Right, it's already an impossible wish. My future is already gone. Blessing from Koala in the skies. You're welcome. Yeah. Then I want to be friends with that girl. Listen, I know I said it once, but congrats on 1.2k. I'm so proud of the community you made and the things you achieved. Much love. Aw, thank you, Fizz. That means a lot. Delivered food directly to your door. Yeah, I don't just deliver dreams, I also deliver food. Haha. If you're a believer of the Curse of Koala, we're starting a cult. Dreams, crack, and now food? Multifaceted, you know? Gotta diversify your portfolio. Can't put all your eggs in one basket, you know? Powerful koala. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Next time you go, take me with you. Hinamizawa. Even so, there's still something I can do. Ah, of course. We'll meet her together someday. I'm sure of it. Yeah. Skinoki? Yeah. Someday, I'm sure. With a truffle sauce. Oh wow, it's fancy. We will see her again. The fuck did that cancel? I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't. He changed his mind and he wasn't in the mood for it anymore. Why are you acting surprised, Ko? We know it was you. It was you who ordered it. Yeah, that's crazy. That summer, the Higurashi cried. They said the thing. In Hinamizawa. Oishi and I vowed to bring the truth of the case to light and stood up. Everything ended in 1985. I, at least wanting to apologize, had searched for her grave. After the site autopsy, her remains were entrusted to one of the shrine's followers. How many visual novel games do I own? At least 10. At least 10. I never counted, but it has to be in the double digits. I said at least. This is fire? I've never had, yeah, I've had like Inoki before, it's really good. In the future, when the quarantine on the Hinamizawa area was lifted, they would be returned to her family grave. However, unsure of who exactly took the remains of Rika Furude, until today I couldn't even apologize to her. In the future, when the quarantine on Hinamizawa is lifted, all I could do then was wait until whoever that person is returned to the grave. What I could do right now was not apologize to her. I've never been so excited over food before, while you awakened something in me. OMG, I fell asleep, Ko. You did? That is the point of this stream. So I'm glad I helped you fall asleep. I'm doing a good job. Let's go. Yes, you're sweet reading. Thanks. Instead, until I was able to meet her again, I would reveal the truth and dispel her regrets. Even now, sporadic eruptions of gas in the Hinamizawa area meant that the prospect of the quarantine being lifted wasn't happening anytime soon. When can I expect my DoorDash? Have I become the DoorDash fairy or something? Just know you're doing amazing. I have to sit back up so I don't pass back out. It's a hella expensive routine called Mystery DoorDash. 1 billion points. Most likely, it seemed that she had no intention of meeting me again until I found the truth. That's why the quarantine would be lifted, or so I thought. Until the day it grasped the truth. It was the following year. Oishi and I... Yeah, there's gonna be a singular can of Pepsi. Well, at least a 2-liter. Like the big bottle, not just 1 can. Oishi and I co-authored a book on the string of mysterious deaths leading up to the Great Hinamizawa Disaster. I decided on the title. Higurashi when they cry. Oh. Oh. They said the name. They dropped the title. Let's go. The name. Wrong button. Is unreal. I mean, Higurashi when they cry is a pretty dope title. It was because for those few days I was in Hinamizawa, the sound that I remembered the most was the cry of the Higurashi. I could only wish that based on this book, those people involved with that incident could refresh their memories and bring light to a new truth. They should make a game out of it, yeah. Not just a game, like they should make a series of games and maybe an anime as well. And more importantly, that nothing like this ever happens again. I wrote this in the afterword. Why did this tragedy happen? We can't reach the truth by ourselves. Yes, a series. If you're reading this, please discover the truth. That is our only wish. Kurado Oishi, Mamoru Akasaka. Yeah, they're talking to us. Oh, well, since they act so nicely, I guess we should figure out the mystery, huh? They were so nice about it. This year, the quarantine on Hinamizawa still hasn't been lifted. They broke the fourth wall. They did. Whoa. All break. And that's the end of chapter 6. That is... They broke the... Alright. And that was... They should rebuild the wall. And alright, we can read the extra. Why not? All cast review session. Here, there's a guy who loves filter balls. Thank you so much for playing Higurashi when they cry, Himatsubushi. Oh, you guys thought, oh, you guys thought that was a wall break. That's crazy. Oh my, no matter what anybody says, I was the star of the scenario this time. On top of that, they added some jazzy theme music. If you can't laugh here, where can you laugh? Nyahaha. Anyways, hasn't there been too much of you lately, Oishi? Huh? What do you mean by that? Because she meant that literally. It's rather input. I like these, like the afterwards, because it kind of feels like the story was like is like a show. There's like a show or like a movie or something, and like all the characters are actors. I really like that. I think it's kind of cute. And also, it's like a cute way for like the developers to say thank you. I like it. It's a rather imprudent way of you trying to hog the spotlight here, even though you already had all the screen time. Besides, Rika-chan, who was the main heroine, everybody else didn't really have any appearances, did they? I heard that this time the scenario was a bit of a side story, so I don't think they would leave out the main. I didn't think they would leave out the main cast this much. You don't have to be so mad, Mion-san. At least you had a few appearances, did you not? Both Rena-san and I didn't even have a cameo. Rena still sews up on the covers a lot, so she's still okay. Got knocked the fuck out. Exactly what are you trying to say then? That I was the only outcast with no appearance? Is that it? Nipa. They only treated me horribly. How sad, how sad. They'll probably just keep treating you worse and worse until you finally drop down to a supporting role. That's just too much. That's not true. There's lots of people who like Satoko-san. They won't treat you that horribly, okay? I don't like being treated like this. Wait a minute. That girl's from Girl on Panzer, but reskinned. This game was made before Girl on Panzer, so no. Yeah. Higurashi. The first Higurashi was released in 2002. Let's see. Where is it? Is it a manga or not? Oh. It debuted. Girl on Panzer debuted in 2012. So no, Girl on Panzer is the copycat, sorry. It's kind of hard to do tsundere when I'm reading though. I don't think I can do it while reading though. Mustache. I'll refund the points and do it for you another day. Just finish every sentence with baka. That's not enough. That's not like proper tsundere though. You know? You wanna get if you're gonna do tsundere, you wanna get into the role, you know? I will, however, put on the mustache. is it? Teddy says that I should have a, there it is. I should have a mustache toggle. Mustache koala is peak koala? Really? Honestly? Oh, it's crooked. Honestly, when I first got this... Hang on a minute. There you go. When I first got this, next time I can do this, when I do tsundere, the mustache has to be put on. Bruh. Oh my god, okay, fine. Teddy said that I should have like a mustache toggle for my 2.0 model and a clown nose toggle. I mean, just having a toggle would be easier. It's a weird clown man with the sweet voice. Yeah, sorry. Koala got a bit sleepy. I am I'm standing in for her today. I think you'll probably have a lot of appearances next time. He's sleepy, go to bed. Well, you need to finish the chapter first. Something funny. We can do a flip. Ooh. There. So cheer up, okay? But I'll do the barrel roll. But I heard that this scenario is supposed to be somewhat of a bonus story. But is it really? I think things got kind of complicated. Tutu, Mayushi da yo. The story was difficult for me to understand. Yeah. You miss a few parts of the story. We actually finished the story. This is like the after party, basically. What I find hardest to believe is that the year before the string of mysterious deaths, Rika-chan already knew about them. Which means all the incidents were part of someone's scenario. That's a pretty important piece of information. Positive affirmations. You really should just spending all of your channel points. Here, it's a point bonanza, I guess so. Well, I think you're all really wonderful and awesome, lovely people who deserve the absolute best. Yeah. Baka. It's probably because I'm a shrine maiden, so I knew the future from Oyashiro-sama's divine revelations. Good night, Arlie. Thanks for hanging out today. For somebody like me who believes in the theory that...
Challenge completed.
Oh. Thanks for the bits. For somebody like me who believes in the theory that it was the work of human culprits, I'd like to deny that. I believe in the curse, so that Rika-chan is the living incarnation of the deity that protects Hinamizawa. Or Shiozama could have that divine power as a possibility, I think. That is indeed crazy. Nope. For someone who thinks it is the work of man, that kind of unfounded fantasy will not stand. All the incidents were caused by people.
Wubba lubba dub dub.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
It is. For someone who thinks it's the work of man, that kind of unfounded fantasy will not stand. All the incidents were caused by people. There's no course or magic or aimbots or cheat codes. It'd be wonderful if I could use magic, though. If it's Rika-chan, I could get along with that. How? Well, for the people who believe it's the work of humans, the ending was a big revelation. From the first incident until Rika-chan was killed in the Great Disaster, everything was scripted. Knowing that it's all one big incident vastly increases the amount of material you can have.
Where is my DoorDash order?
That's crazy. I can't stop saying it. Bruh. I can't even afford DoorDash for myself. I think the prophecy is proof in itself that Rika-chan has some divine power.
Please help him being held hostage financially.
Sorry. In other words, it's proof. Are you really, though? Is the question. In other words, it's proof that there's some mysterious power at work in Hinamizawa. Bro is on a 1-bit budget. Yeah. I think it's proof that the incidents weren't the work of humans alone. The inside of my head is so muddled, I don't know what's going on. Oh, that's right. More importantly, that expression that Rika-chan was wearing this time. That was super scary, wasn't it? Meep. Yeah, I was surprised too. I never thought that cute little Rika-chan would laugh like that. Oh, oopsies. Automod. Silly. Hey, just for a little bit. Could you show us that face one more time? I don't want to. I don't want her to do that outside of the story. Aww. What? What's this? A blackout? Nobody move. Any weird movements and you come face to face with synchronized Gatling guns, multiple homing missiles, and be cut up by laser sabers for the finisher. Satoko? What's the meaning of this? Ha 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 ha. We're now starting the after party for everybody who didn't have an appearance this time. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody. I didn't think that I'd have an appearance here of all places. I'm delighted, though. Thank you. Ah, hello, everybody. Everybody says that every time people see Tomitake for the first time, they always comment on how buff he is. I think that's really funny. Well, everybody, yeah. You can imagine him looking like that. Oh, that's not Irie, that's somebody else. This is Tomitake. Completely different guy. Yuko-san, are you okay? Hojo-san, you don't have to go this far. Dripping, still sleepy. Yeah. The grudge of somebody not making an appearance is a terrible thing. Satoko has a lot of appearances in the main scenario. The grudge of somebody not making an appearance. Damn it. When was she able to set this many traps? Maybe when this place was elected as the venue for the after party. At that point, my traps were already set. Oh, I know. There's somebody behind you pulling the strings. These kids cuss with no remorse. All their parents aren't around. Nice to see Higurashi getting love. I love Higurashi. Yeah, I wanna make sure it gets as much. Yeah, I wanna share it with everyone. Yeah. And this is Mion's twin sister. Hello, hello, my sister. How are you doing? Oh, it's Shi-chan. Hello. I feel sorry for her falling for the same trash twice. Ara Ara. Yeah. She's an Ara Ara type girl. I thought that was you. I thought it was you, Shion. Even though you get to be the main character for a scenario, this is how you behave. Now you've gone and done it. Even if it's only the bonus scene before the answer arcs, I can't let my sister have all the appearances. I'm not that generous, you know. Well, in any case, I just let Sadako start a little something something. Shion, what is it that you want? Let's just say I'm securing myself a little safety buffer. The other day, for some reason, you were steadily getting more votes in the popularity poll. Yep. In the first half of the Watanagashi chapter, there were a lot of people getting infatuated with Mi-chan. Me personally, I've always been Team Rena. When your malicious side made its appearance, all the characters finally started noticing my charm. All the players started noticing my charm. Face take. Yeah. Yeah, I've always been Team Rena. I have a roleplay, ASMR roleplay as Rena on the channel too. Sadako also earned a good reputation during the Tatagoroshi arc. Biased? Rena is best girl. I'm just gonna say it. Rena and Rika-chan have a strong baseline of support. Your popularity has long since faded away. Yeah. That's why. Oh, she's best girl. Bruh. That's why I thought I'd take the time to crush you and Satoko, who've been getting too many votes for my comfort. So I came up with this elaborate plan. Oh? Shion, what did you say just now? Bruh. You're going to crush me as well? You're a little slow to notice, aren't you, Shorty? There you go. What? Yan can crush me. Goodbye, all you regulars. Hello to all you irregular folk. All the main characters are done for. Shion-chan, you don't have to go that far, probably. No, Jiro-san. It's interesting, so just let it be. The number of appearances for the both of us is going to go up, you know? Jiro-san, do you not like being by my side? That's not true. Chie-sensei, did Shi-chan pay you off too? I'm sorry, Ryuko-san. Shion-san said that she would make me a new segment called Teach Me, Chie-sensei, starting from the next scenario. So I thought, not player 2 Rena. No. Well then, who should I dispose next in a most embarrassing manner? Maybe Satoko, since she helped me set all this up? Won't allow that. Bruh. Poach. You seem somehow reliable for once. I, Kyosuke Irei, will not allow any aggression against Satoko-chan. I may also just be a supporting character, but don't think you can persuade me so easily. Oh. Shame you couldn't be like this in the main story, yeah. Then you're saying you want to withdraw from being the lead in documentary Satoko's maid training dress-up chapter that we planned filming after this? Bruh. I, Kyosuke Irie, shall follow you to the depths of hell. That was fast. Well then, with this, I'm holding all the cards. Free bros. Comment withdrawn. Nah, he's back on his shit. Even in this after party scene too. I'll have everybody proceed as I see fit. Huh? We're missing somebody. Hima-sama. Yuko-san isn't here. She escaped at some point. There she is. Yuko-san. Didn't I just tell you shouldn't move? Rena-chan. I won't do anything to hurt you, but it's easier if you don't resist. Sorry, but all this is really bizarre. What are you trying to do? The Mikeshi script? Are you planning to secure your roles before any of the lines? You plan to secure your role before any of your lines got cut, are you? Aren't you? Resistance is futile. Rena-san, you should stop your pointless resistance and just come along peacefully. Thanks for the luster check. If you make me angry enough, then not only will you suffer, but so will my dear sister as well. You've come for my pickle? Whose pickle? I don't like regular pickles, but like pickled baby carrots I fuck with. I fuck with pickled baby, not pickled baby corn. Pickled baby corn I fuck with so hard. It's great. Regular pickles, not so much. Pickled everything. Never had it. It sounds interesting. Yeah, it's pretty good. I feel like I like anything pickled except for like actual pickles. Like you could pick, you know, like I feel like if you pickle like peppers or like whatever, anything else, but like a cucumber. Never had pickled eggs before. You can't do anything just by getting your hands on the script.
ここは悔しいけど言う通りにした方が。
3 people left the moment I said anything. What do I stick or think or something? Probably. And I'm sorry, what did they...
大丈夫、安心して。
Well, to be fair, you did say that you were the pickle thief. Mayhaps they got scared. It's alright, don't worry.
この目明かし編の台本が加わったことで、
Now that we have the Mekashi script, we can reverse the situation. Reverse the situation? Escape to protect their pickles. Exactly, Hazen. Exactly what are you scheming? Rena-san, you're pretty good at making me laugh.
なら試してみて。
Close still loves you despite your smell. Almost said meat script. Don't worry about it. Vanessa-san, you're pretty good at making me laugh. Then why don't you go ahead and try?
その逆転ってやつを試しに見せてくれ。
Show me how you're going to turn this around.
しーちゃんが甘えてる。
You're spoiled, Chi-chan.
本編にいくら出番がなかった。
Even if you didn't have any appearances in the main scenario,
これだけの出番を。
you had so much screen time during this after party. You're spoiled.
私にいつ甘えたっていうんです。
When exactly are you saying I was spoiled?
しーちゃん。
You don't understand, Chi-chan. Even if it's just the after party, you still have an appearance. You also appeared a lot in previous scenarios. There's somebody who resents you from the depths of hell. He can't forgive you. Listen, do you hear it, Chi-chan? That's right. I understand now. I get it. Kei-chan. Oh yeah. Keiichi has been the main character in like the first 3 chapters, and he's never gotten character art. That's right, he's never had any appearances during the after parties. There's no way Kei-chan would allow everybody to monopolize the after parties, alter their cells with him. It was a drum comment, drowsy talk. Might lay down here soon and listen. Okay. I see. So? How is Kei-chan going to appear here when he's still at the studio recording lines? It's not as if someone here will have suppressed his workload. That's just your self-centered way of thinking, Chi-chan. No. That's the voice word count from Akasaka's part. Chi-sensei, hold Rena-chan back. Huh? Huh? It's too late. It's finally your time, Keiichi-kun. That voice is Kei-chan? No ways. He's still supposed to be recording lines at the studio. You're right. It was until just now. best wing woman unleashing Keiichi on the scene. Yeah. It's time to do. Every time I get left at the studio, I get told you can join the after party if you beat someone on the remaining word count. But I always have 2 or 3 times the script volume as the other characters, making it impossible. It's like the sound director doesn't want me to let me join the party from the get-go. At least that's what I had thought. But finally, someone overtook me. A certain main character. Shion, feast your eyes on this. Huh? That's right. Now she's appearing in more scenes as the main character. Shion has to speak twice the lines she had so far. Adrian, thank you for becoming a pack rabbit. Welcome in. As a result, I finally have been excused from staying back. Meaning, Shion, it's your turn to be left behind. No way. I have to speak this much for Mikachi? Let's see, Kei-chan has about 500. And Shion has over 2,700? That's like the total of all the characters together in a normal adventure game. Further adding on Mion's lines makes a total of... I don't want to know. So with that, Rena, you have my thanks. Even when the moon abandons the land and shrouds it in true darkness, the demon lord of the darkest black, Keiichi Meibara, shall appear. I see. If it's like this, he can appear even if he doesn't have any character art. It broke the fourth wall. Like, if the screen is black, then he can still be here without character art. Do they just not want to draw him? Are they that lazy? They just don't want to draw him? Like, nah, fuck it. I mean, we'll have to draw him, and we'll have to give him a bunch of expressions and like a couple new outfits. Like, nah, fuck that. Not in the budget. Who needs to see the protagonist anyway, right? Wasn't in the budget. That is crazy. Oh. Wait, no, not that.
Oh no.
Oh no. Sorry, Chinny. No, I accidentally hit that. It's not, we have not said it that much. I doubt we would ever say it that much in a stream. There's no character or background art, so it's easy on the production staff. They really said it. We said it a billion times on the Schedule 1 stream. I did not say it that. I don't... Maybe like 30 times. I don't think I said it up to 100 times in the Schedule 1 stream. You act like you're the main character in a tragedy, but from my point of view, it's more like a comedy. Do I need to stop saying it? Is it like? I need to like say like less as well. It makes me sound like a valley girl. It seems like you've gotten carried away. Every after party. Always being last in the studio, missing every after recording meal. I feel that I say like way too much, I do. Ko must be Ko, you know? Witness my anger, my grudge, and all of my sorrow. I shall insist it upon all of you. It almost seems like Keiichi-kun is doing some sort of bad guy transformation sequence. This isn't some sort of transformation. I'll have you know I've always been a demon lord. As of right now, this world which is enveloped within true darkness shall dance upon the palm of my hand. Within this world of darkness, there shall be none who oppose me. Koichi-kun is kinda scary. Oh, scary. In the age of the frightening Higurashi has come to an end. From here on now, all brings the dawn of a perverted and cutesy Higurashi. What did you say? Ibara-sama, bring me with you. You know it, coach. So this is how Kira came out? Mayhaps. Then, as a first step, I shall throw our Dr. Cum coach? What does that mean? What's this? That's one hell of a job. Takano-san is in a mini is in a miniskirt nurse outfit. Oh, is she now? We can't see it though, because the artists were too lazy to draw that. Even though she's a nurse, she doesn't appear in the outfit once during the main scenario. You've got to be kidding me. What a mood. Well then, on to the next target. Rena. This hasn't changed the situation at all. It's just turned into a different type of crisis. Oh, can't do anything in this darkness. Now then, who should I make wear what next? Maybe a nice school uniform? Gym clothes? School swimsuit pupil combo? They black screened the crap out of us. You're the best. How about a bunny girl or booth babe costume? No, a leotard would be good too. Artists went on strike. No, wait. How about just make everyone hyper sexy? But of course, leave the socks on. That's a good idea. They saw the script and they're like, yeah, we ain't drawing that. Like, nah, fuck that. You know your stuff. Coach. I feel like you're finally seeing eye to eye here. Wait, Mibara-san. No. Kay. Call me Eerie from now on. Saw the script and went past. Like, nah, I'm good. Call me Dr. Eerie. We're all finally here. The Elite Four have arrived. Finally. With Kay at the head, the evil Elite Four made their grand entrance. With the complete darkness, the demon lord of the darkest black, Keiichi Maebara was finally able to reach the surface world. His magical power was without equal. In this darkness, nobody could stand against him. All must bow. Elite Four is this Pokemon. Will the heroines be able to escape this darkness and be unable to escape this darkness and submit to the will of the demon lord, forced to wear embarrassing outfit after embarrassing outfit? being used as life-size dress-up dolls for all eternity? That's great. More. By the way, the school swimsuits are the classic type, right? I won't forgive you if they're the competitive swimming style. The narrator is in on it too. Damn it. Shion, thanks to you it ended up like this, so you do something about it. It's alright, sis. Kei-chan isn't the only one who can release their true power amidst the darkness. Huh? Did we have such a convenient ally? You're rather impertinent, Sion Sonozaki. Also, if you're expecting help from the principal, that's too bad. This is the ultimate desire of young men. If you call yourself a man, do your best, is written on this nice little authoritarian slip here. Of course, you won't be able to rely on newcomer Akasaka-san either. He's been in a private couple's hot spring vacation his wife's family set up for them yesterday. In other words, all the bases are covered. You're so naive, Kei-chan. Even characters who have art are able to reveal their true form in the darkness. Chie-sensei. That's how it is, Maibara-kun. It's dark, so I can't really tell, but it seems like Chie-sensei's outfit is different. What are those? All those swords in her hands? They couldn't be. Oh no, not the Type Moon character. The black... Any more than that is a secret. Maibara-kun. That was a little too much mischief on your part. The church can't overlook any more than this. Wait a minute. This here, there's no way, right? That's cheating. It's against the rules. She can't do this, right? Wait. Don't use that big one. Huh? Her arc dives has startup invincibility? The 7th... And with that... Oh. Hello again. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry, Himatsubushi. I think you already know, but Higurashi When They Cry is a type of visual novel without any choices. Therefore, compared to an adventure-type visual novels with branching routes to take, this is much closer to the experience of a book or movie. Because of that, there's the opinion that out there that this should not be called a game per se. If you're just watching it like a book or movie, Higurashi When They Cry isn't really a game, true. That's why, as you know, there are a lot of mysteries referenced during the course of the experience. When you challenge those, this work will become a proper game. All the players have the privilege of scrutinizing this mystery-packed story from all sorts of angles. For example, forming a theory about the mysteries during the course of the story, sharing them with your friends, and receiving their theories in return could be fun. In any case, the next chapter starts the answer arcs. We've tentatively called it Meikakushi. But answers are a sad thing. Based on what is revealed, all the possibilities you're allowed to imagine until now will suddenly become refined down to a few. Based on that logic, we think that right here, before the answer arcs, is probably where people can enjoy this work we call Higurashi When We Cry the most. If by chance, while you're reading this, you already have the Meikakushi chapter at hand, please enjoy hypothesizing, theorizing, and fantasizing to the fullest before you start. That's where the real charms of the That's where the real charm of the series takes place. Sorry for saying something so impotent. Oh, that's an interesting way of looking at it. There's nothing better that I'd like for you than to enjoy Higurashi when they cry. Well then, have a long and pleasant night. Takes me back. Those parts of Higurashi really were the best. Yeah. Really, it is really fun to like sit around and like think about it and try to figure out the mystery on your own. Well then, have a long and pleasant night. We're all waiting for you in Hinamizawa. If you come and play with Rena, I'd love to go treasure hunting together. How? And that was Higurashi when they cry, Himatsubushi. Talking about the years where Higurashi knew Mineko is how I made a lot of friends back in the day. Oh, that does sound really nice. That's fun. Alright. Well, it's been a fun night. I wasn't expecting to finish the entire series. Oh, not the entire series, the rest of the chapter tonight, but you know, it was fun. Thank you so much, Cole. It's been fun as always. #1 streamer. Love you, sleep well. We shall talk and have fun again soon. See you again for another great stream. Yeah. I will be live tomorrow. First time coming in for a live stream. It was nice even though... Oh! Violently. Thanks for becoming a pack rabbit. It was nice even though I came out the end. Thanks for having me. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Hazen. Thanks for stopping by. We are playing Danganronpa again tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not streaming on Thursday, but then on Friday we have the Lethal Company collab. Yes. That should be everything. Yeah. Time. So yeah, what time's EST? Okay, so hang on, let me look at the schedule. Because I don't know it offhand. Yeah, Danganronpa is 4 p.m. PST and 7 p.m. EST. And then Lethal Company collab is 3 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. EST. But don't worry, the Danganronpa playthroughs tend to be pretty long, so you'll probably be back home. You're off work Thursday. Oh, I typically don't really stream on Thursdays, sorry. Yeah. Alright. I'm looking for someone to read. I'll be lurking. Hopefully catch a good bit when you get off. Thank you. It's a shame it doesn't match up with your schedule. Alright, well, good night everyone. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thanks again for hanging out with me tonight. And I will see you I'll see you tomorrow. Take care everyone. Koala looks 3 feet tall on her own stream. Fuck you for that. I'm fucking there. Okay, I will be ending stream now. Good night, all.